decided John Vanderveld's memorable end, and we know the pairing at the PGA Championship at Medina in Chicago next month. It's Phil Mickelson, Jeff Ogilvy, Tiger Woods, the three major winners this year.
Gentlemen, thank you. Tiger has now won 11 of his 39 majors as a pro. It's his third British Open title. Those claret jugs starting to pile up at home, and he's the first player to win back-to-back Open championships since Tom Watson in '82, '83. In addition to being the champion golfer of the year, Woods is the Mariano Rivera of golf. He closes. He remains a perfect 11 for 11 when holding at least a share of a 54-hole lead in a major. Woods entered Sunday with a one-shot lead. 5 under 67 was his response. He also seems to impact his playing partners on Sundays. In his 11 major wins, Tiger's average score is 69.4, while his partner has shot 72.8. Garcia shot a 73 today, meaning that Tiger's playing partner has shot 70 or worse in 9 of those 11 rounds. But now only one man has won more majors than Tiger Woods. Jack Nicklaus with 18. Woods wins his 11th major at the age of 30 years, 7 months. That's 22 months earlier than Jack did.
Braves have been on a power surge lately with 27 home runs in their last 8 games, but tonight it's power on power as they try to deal with Ryan Howard and the Phillies. Sunday Night Baseball coming up after baseball tonight.
If you could pick any superhuman power, it should be Dave Mirra's Focus. With it, you could fly. You could leap tall buildings in a single bound. You could win more X Games medals than anyone in history. And you could be in last place with only one chance at redemption and walk away with a gold medal around your neck in a stadium full of hanging jaws. You could, if you had Dave Mirra's Focus. X Games 12 starts Thursday, August 3rd, live at 9 on ESPN. Presented by Taco Bell.
Honey, remember when you asked me to spice up your food?
Yeah?
The new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme. Spicy and grilled, so it's good to go.
Whoa, spicy.
And grilled, so it's good to go.
Good to go?
Good to go.
The new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme. Shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices with melty, crunchy, cool Taco Bell tastes. Loaded into a flour tortilla and grilled, so it's good to go.
He's good to go.
For a spicier way to go, think outside the bun.
We know he's alive.
9/11 showed us what human beings are capable of. But it also brought out a goodness we forgot could exist. People taking care of each other.
Not leaving you. You are our mission.
For no other reason than it was the right thing to do.
World Trade Center, rated PG-13, starts Wednesday, August 9th.
Drive to the World Series. Brought to you by the Volkswagen Rabbit. The Rabbit is back.
Baseball tonight coming up next. Sunday Night Baseball follows that. It's the Braves and the Phillies. Braves have won 7 of their last 9 games, scored double-digit runs in 5 of their last 7. Phillies looking for their first 3-game win streak in more than a month. They've been riding Chase Utley. He's got a 22-game hit streak. That's coming up.
Getaway day for the Red Sox in Seattle. David Ortiz, 3 for 4, a couple of runs driven in for Boston, but the M's have just scored 2 in the bottom of the 7th to tie it up.
Termel Sledge just hammered one off Armando Benitez in San Francisco, and the Padres and Giants are all knotted up at 5 as they continue to play.
Baseball tonight comes up next, then Braves and Phillies
on Sunday Night Baseball. Thanks for watching.
National League wildcard implications coming up on Sunday Night Baseball. The Braves youth, hot-hitting Brian McCann and Jeff Francoeur. They take on the Phillies and All-Stars Chase Utley and Ryan Howard. First pitch after baseball tonight.
Welcome to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
Blue Skies greeting the Fanatic and the Phillies and their fans as they get set for the Sunday night game against the Atlanta Braves. And we'll find out if the Phillies are buyers or sellers as we discuss trades on Baseball Tonight. Out of the box we go with Steve Phillips, Howard Reynolds, and John Kruk. Carl Rabbit here. A-Rod. What a week it's been. What a nightmare it's been. Top of the third against the Blue Jays. He's gone again 0 for 4. Bubba Crosby had a hard time in center field as well. Joe Torre at one point said he felt helpless in this thing. And you can understand why.
For good reason.
Here's a good look at Torre. We'll get much more into the Yanks and whether A-Rod should be traded. Oh, my goodness. Placido Polanco walked right into one. While squaring to bunt, he took one off the face. Remarkably, X-rays were negative. Wow. Rangers and the White Sox, and once again, beanballs. Padilla, Przinski back in June. Garland threw behind Ian Kinsler twice. That was the easy part. Getting yelled at by Ozzie Guillen after was the hard part. Astros and the Mets, hard to watch if you're a Houston fan. Lance Berkman had a double on this play. Then he was doubled over in pain.
I better hope it's not serious.
Well,
as he goes, the season goes.
It's a strained groin. We'll see how long he's going to be gone. Twins and the Indians. Francisco Liriano can strain a lot of people. He struck out 10 in 5 innings. The Twins struck out 17 Little Indians. And the Angels and the Royals, Jarrett Weaver, I should say, was equally as impressive. We'll hear from him later on. He is now 7-0, and the Angels very much alive in the wild card race. Welcome to the program. Told you these three guys are here. I'm Carl Ravitch. We'll get right to it. Sky Dome, Toronto. Sidney Ponson got his visa. That's the good news. The bad news might be that Sidney Ponson got his visa. Bottom one man on, no score. Vernon Wells, center field, 2-run home run.
It's the agent in New York who gave him the visa's fault.
Right. Wells may be an MVP candidate soon. Sean Markham gets the start for the Blue Jays. A-Rod didn't strike out 4 times, but he was 0 for 4. And every time A-Rod seems to make an out, Posada hits one out.
Tell you what, they woke him up the other day when they threw a ball at his head, Ted Lilly, and that woke Posada up. Come on, A-Rod, wake up with me.
Trying to wake up A-Rod. There's Sid sweating it out, and Troy Gloss, ding-dong, pitch dead. 26th home run of the season. It's 4-3 Blue Jays. Same inning, 2 men on. And they're busting out the sticks. 3-run shot. Hinski's 10th home run of the year, 7-3. Forget it, Ray Johnson. Need a little Ben Gator rub on the necks as we're turning around quick here. Yankees are in trouble. Torres got a massive headache.
That doesn't look good.
Boy, Vernon Wells, yard. Amazing what's gone on with Sean Chacon, last year's savior, this year's mop-up man.
Well, Wells had a great series.
I'd say so. Blue Jays 13, Yankees 5. Once again, glaring to see Rodriguez at 0 for 4. We'll talk about him more in a second. Home runs for everybody on the Blue Jays. Gloss, Wells, Johnson, and Hinski. And good job by Markham, the third pitcher to earn his first Major League win. A couple of starts inside the series. This was a 3 out of 4, and a couple of quotes. Joe Torre, he felt helpless. And as far as Johnny Damon goes, we got our brains beaten in. All right, HR. Vernon Wells was the story. Steve talked about it. I don't know what you do if you're the Yankees, but you know what you do if you're Toronto. And Johnny said, too, about the Blue Jays. With all the dissension they had, it must have brought them together. Hillenbrand's out, and they win.
Well, the talent does that, you know, regardless. And Vernon Wells is a guy that if he was playing over here in America a lot more, we'd all be talking about him every day. This guy's a superstar. Let's go back to 11th inning on Thursday night off Mariano Rivera after Mariano looked like he was going to get out of this inning. Next thing you know, he gets a pitch here. Vernon Wells, see you later. This is what you got to do. You got to have your star player step up. And this is a huge weekend for the Blue Jays. They had to win 3 out of 4. He scored a ton of runs. He did everything he was supposed to do for this club. Scores runs, he has a high batting average, and he makes great plays defensively. And the timing of everything. This home run right here changed this whole game immediately. Gave him an early 2-0 lead and got him propelled to get going in this ball game. You have to have your best players step up. Vernon Wells is the centerpiece of this team right here. And after J.P. Ricciardi tried to call out the 3, 4, and 5 hitters, he was more upset than anybody. Here's an all-star having another season where he's going to have 30 or more home runs, and he was a little upset about it. But in the big series, let all that stuff not block. He just blocked it out, went out and played and performed, and they needed him to do that if they wanted to win this week.
As good as he was, the other side saw the centerpiece of the Yankees be bad. Alex Rodriguez would love to forget this week, everything that happened this week. Monday against Seattle, he had a career-high 3 errors in one game. All of them were throwing errors where the ball seemed to be a time bomb in his hand, and he wanted to get rid of it as soon as he could. That led to a more recent session with Larry Boa. Tuesday against Seattle, after a long rain delay, he got K'd in the 9th inning. Yankees did win that game. Remember the Melky Cabrera walk-off. So we go to Thursday against the Blue Jays. He commits his 17th error of the season. This one on a seemingly innocent throw home that sailed away from Posada. The Jays ended up scoring 4 runs off Mussina. Mussina ultimately said we need A-Rod to be the player he is capable of being, not the one that we're seeing. Friday, well, he went deep. He became the youngest player to reach 450 home runs. But he also struggled in the field. And Saturday, 0 for 4. Every one of his at-bats resulted in a strikeout. And now, after Saturday, you go to Sunday and make it 0 for 8 because he was 0 for 4 on Sunday. He left 4 runners on base on the final day of the series with the Blue Jays. And the Yankees lost this one by a score of 13-5. It's easy to look at A-Rod and all his problems, but say this about the Yankees: they were outscored 29-17 in the 4-game series. So it's not just A-Rod, but certainly, I mean, this guy's like a lightning rod. What do you say if you're playing with A-Rod? Well, what do you tell the guy? You got to just keep telling him. We got to encourage him and get him locked in. You know, and the biggest thing I would tell him: you had a bad week, and put it in perspective. Will that work? We'll get into that in a second, but that's what you got to say to him. Can you move this guy? Is he tradable? Is that a realistic question to ask?
Well, I think ultimately they are going to have to trade him, and I think they can trade him if the time's right. It may not be at the deadline. It's probably more of an off-season deal. But when you look at Alex Rodriguez, I mean, I thought they had to trade him about 3 weeks ago when the booing started. I mean, it's become the thing to do in New York to boo Alex Rodriguez. And you're talking about the guy who was the AL MVP last year. He was the player of the month in the month of May this year. He hits a game-winning home run. His next at-bat, he doesn't get hit, and they boo him. It's become the thing to do, and when that happens in New York, it doesn't stop, and now we see it impacting his performance. He's now thinking about the most basic fundamental things a player has to do: catching the ball and throwing the ball, and now we see him trying too hard at the plate. Ultimately, I don't see how he gets out of this rut. I don't see how he overcomes it, and to me, the Yankees have to move him and cut their losses now, because they could get to the point where they can't. You want to be the GM who trades the greatest offensive player ever? You know what? You think Brian Cashman's going to be, if he trades him, he's going to get criticized? I don't think he gets criticized. If Brian Cashman trades him, as many people are booing him right now, I think they're going to think it's the right move to do, because in New York, the tide has turned. I'm kind of feeling with Steve. I think he's come to a point where I don't know if he's going to be able to recover. And you have to look at this. If you're Alex Rodriguez, he's going to look at this and say, well, you want me to move. He's going to want to go to shortstop for once. That gives you another option, not only third base. And every club out there is going to have some interest in Alex Rodriguez. I think for his sake, I said this a couple weeks ago, this would be the biggest challenge he's ever had in his whole life. Can he get it back together? I don't know if he's going to be able to recover back together right now. He's got to play day by day and see how he comes around. But I think it's time to move him. I think it's time to let him go ahead and go. This is 1 week's work for a guy that's going to hit over 700 and 800 home runs.
You know, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a third baseman in the American League that's better than him. And I have a lot of problems believing that this guy is mentally out of it. You don't become the best player in baseball by being mentally weak. Yes, he's going through a bad stretch right now. Yes, it looks terrible. Yes, the errors look like he's pressing and he's nervous. But you know what? The bottom line to me is this. This guy is still arguably the second best player in all of baseball behind Albert Pujols. And I still think that if you're the New York Yankees, the only way you're going to win is if this guy comes around. The only way to catch the Red Sox is if he gets hot. And I think he still has a lot left in him. You guys can trade him all trade him all you want. But I think, Harold, I'm telling you don't become the best player in baseball by being mentally weak. He's made a couple mistakes. He's going through a rough spot. Everyone in baseball who's ever put on a uniform has done it, and I guarantee he comes out of this and he becomes the best player on that team.
I think this. Yes, you're right. You don't get to this point. But I feel like he's in a situation right now where there's nowhere to turn. He has not gotten through this. And I don't see him coming out of this, John, and being the best player in baseball right now. I don't see that happening. He has a bad week? It's not a bad week. You're looking at it's not a bad week. He's having a tough go right now, period. All season, they've been booing him from day one. And I'm telling you, this guy has got an uphill battle. And I don't see him being able to turn that back around.
System within the Yankees as opposed to people saying
he has to be better than the best. He was the best player in baseball last year. He gets booed. He's the best player in the month of May. He gets booed. You can't be better than the best, and that's what fans in New York are expecting out of Alex Rodriguez. You can't be that, and so ultimately he'll never satisfy the fans in New York, and it's become the thing to do. This will always be a problem because he's a guy who wants to give the fans what they want.
For the sake of the guys that trade him, I hope he doesn't return to being the best.
You know what? He will return to being that when he gets away from New York.
I hope he
can't do it in New York.
I hope he does for his sake. And I'm saying this is a trade that's got to be made for Alex. I don't think it's got anything to do with this club. I don't think he's going to be able to perform in New York at this level. I just don't believe that's going to happen.
If he is that mentally weak, then yes, they need to trade him. And they need to trade him to somewhere like Kansas City or Tampa where there's no pressure to win. That'd be the only place he can play.
It's not a matter of pressure to win. He is not comfortable. He's not playing. He's out of it. Mentally, he does not look like he's ready to perform. When he's not swinging the bat at the plate, and defensively, he's out of sync.
Up here on Baseball Tonight, they brought their brooms to Shea Stadium. They were ready to sweep a team out. The Mets try to say so long to the Astros and keep the Braves banking on a wild card berth. We'll see if the Mets can do it. Keep the trade talks hot. With each day, the discussions get more intense. 1 week, 1 day until the deadline. Which deals, if any, are close to getting done? Tiger Woods and the Detroit Tigers. One's got 11 major championships. The other looking for its first in 12 years. What do Tiger and the Tigers team have in common? Dialing up the diamond cuts. Hardball meets hard rock. A musical look back at the week that was between the white lines. And later, the Web Gems will count down the top 5 of the day. A pitcher's best friend is a great glove.
Baseball Tonight is driven by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution. And in part by Singular, raising the bar. And Citgo, where you can get a good deal on good fuel and everything you need to keep moving. Pickup and SUV. Gasoline and E85 ethanol. Haul and tow. The all-new 2007 Chevy Avalanche, the most flexible vehicle out there.
More bars in more places. That's what people have come to expect from Singular. And now they can expect even more. Testing from the leading independent research company proves that Singular's all-over network has the fewest dropped calls of any wireless network. The fewest dropped calls. Proof that we mean what we say. Raising the bar.
Citgo, we sell gas. Nothing fancy, just a good deal on good fuel and everything else over 10 million people rely on each day to keep moving.
Tuesday on The Contender, the blue team takes control, putting the resourceful yellow team's backs against the wall.
You're scared to fight Binroy. What?
An all-new Contender, Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
The IndyCar Series races into Michigan as Indy 500 winner Sam Hornish Jr., Danica Patrick, and top rookie Marco Andretti all make a run for the checkered flag. The Firestone Indy 400 next Sunday at 3:30 Eastern on ABC.
Goodyear Diamond Daily is brought to you by Goodyear's Silent Armor Technology, featuring a layer made with Kevlar.
Each and every day, the ESPN Baseball Tonight team gets involved with the Diamond Daily competition. Our Diamond Daily selection is Ryan Howard. Easy pick since the All-Star break, and throw in the Home Run Derby as well. You see what he's done his last 7. He'll be, of course, playing the Braves tonight. Joe Morgan joins us now from Citizens Bank Park. We'll get to that game in a second, Joe, but we just had a pretty animated discussion about Alex Rodriguez and his place in New York. And Steve and Harold both suggested it's time for Alex to move out of the city. He's not really dealing with it very well. What are your thoughts on Alex in New York?
Well, I think it's very difficult for him to play there, but I don't think he's going to leave because it would be admitting defeat. And as you know, Alex Rodriguez he can veto any trade they want to bring up, so I don't think he's going to leave. But I said this 3 weeks ago that I thought he would have been better off if he would have ended up going to Boston instead of coming to New York. There he would have been able to play shortstop. He wouldn't have been in a position where they're comparing him every day to Derek Jeter, who they love. And I think that that's the part of the problem he has now, because it's all mental now. It's going to be very difficult for him to right this ship.
Well, you're a Hall of Famer. I mean, Alex Rodriguez is going to end up in the Hall of Fame. Just stick with the whole concept of Alex Rodriguez. How do you fix it? If you're a teammate of his, if you're a manager, a GM, an owner, what do you do to get him mentally back into the game?
Well, I think they're talking to him every day. I know Joe Torre, and I know he talks to him. What you have to do is make him realize how great a player he really is. I mean, you're going through a tough stretch, but that's what separates the great players from the other players. They're able to rebound from problems. No one's ever going to go through their career and have every year a great year. I mean, Derek Jeter got off to a slow start a couple of years ago, hitting 100, but guess what? He fought through it, and that's what A-Rod's going to have to do. He's going to have to fight through this, because I don't think he's going to get traded, and I don't think he wants to be traded, because, again, it would be admitting defeat.
This is like psychology 101 then. I mean, you look at A-Rod. Is he capable of doing that, what you're saying he has to do?
Well, I don't know A-Rod that well, on the mental side. I've talked to him a lot, and I think he's strong enough mentally to do that, and I think he has a good enough support group around him. I mean, the Derek Jeters of the world, the Jason Giambis, the Bernie Williams, all these guys are strong personalities, and I think they can help him. Look, it's been a tough stretch, and we all go through slumps. Guys go 0 for 40, that's right. and so forth. So I think you just have to right the ship. I think he has to keep battling, but it is unfortunate that he's at third base, which is not his best position, and he's not playing well defensively, and that does carry over.
Chipper Jones isn't going to play for the Braves tonight, Joe. At least that's the lineup we got. What pulse do the Braves have as far as the playoff goes?
Well, I think they're up against the wall, but let's face it, they do have a chance still, because they can stay hot for a while. But they can't stay hot without Chipper Jones and Andrew Jones, and both of them are not going to play tonight. And they're on a thin line here. They cannot afford to lose a lot of ball games, and they need these guys in the lineup. So if they stay out for any length of time, I think the Braves' chances will be just out the window.
All right, Joe Morgan, we appreciate it. Look forward to you and Bonnie and John at 8 o'clock Eastern Time.
My pleasure.
Now the Astros and the Mets. Mike Pelfrey looking for his 3rd win in his 3rd career start. He's been very good. He's handling New York. Game tied at 3. Mike Lamb's on first. Lance Berkman. Well, if the Braves are going to be without Andrew or Chipper Jones for a while, the race for the wild card may not include Houston if Lance Berkman's going to get hurt, and that's what happened in this game.
Well, Berkman's so critical to their offense. They're already struggling with the bats. They cannot lose him for a long time.
That's a tough watch for Astro fans. Now we go to the 8th. Houston up 6-4. Watch this play. Aaron Heilman beaten to the bag by Burke.
Wow, that cannot happen, Aaron. Good hustle by Burke down the line.
I mean, Harold, that's inexcusable, is it not?
Absolutely inexcusable, and I'm sure that Mr. Randolph will have a nice little discussion with Mr. Heilman.
Astros beat the Mets by a score of 8-4. Keep those brooms in check. Brewers and the Reds. Danny Kolb now closing in place of Derek Turnbow. Turnbow's ERA in his last 8 is too high to even report. Adam Dunn, center field. This is good for a single. Next batter hits it so hard. Ken Griffey Jr. All right, another little bingle here, so we're singling him to death as Dunn goes to second. Next batter, the time runs at the plate. Rich Aurelia. Try to get it going right. He got under it, and he flies out. Dunn is staying put. Next batter again, Scott Hatteberg. A bouncer to Kolb, who knocks it down. This is it. Brewers back in it. They got a closer.
Now, Danny Kolb has done this with the Brewers before they traded him to the Braves that year, so he's familiar with that organization.
Milwaukee's putting their management team in a tough position because they're sort of flirting with it. You take a look at wild card standings. They're still in it, Steve. And as a result, They're certainly mentioned as far as trade rumors go. What are the latest involving them or anyone else?
Well, a lot of big bats being talked about right now, and Alfonso Soriano, the main guy of the Washington Nationals. Right now, Soriano's kind of declared he wouldn't mind staying in Washington. His agent has talked to the organization, although they haven't negotiated. But right now, you're still hearing the Angels and possibly the Twins as a sleeper, trying to add some offense. But Soriano, guy, about 7 teams have interest. Talked to Pat Gillick today. He said they're shopping to buy and they're looking to sell. Abreu's a guy they're getting a lot of hits on. The St. Louis Cardinals, I think, the main leader in trying to land him. The Tigers have backed off, and they're going a little bit less on that left-handed bat. Next, Carlos Lee. They are negotiating. The Brewers are negotiating with Lee. If they can't get a deal done before the deadline, they may move him in Oakland when Billy Beane may look to add that big bat to the offense. A lot of talk about Luis Gonzalez going to the Texas Rangers, reuniting with Buck Showalter, his former manager. We talked to Eric Burns today. He said it would be a major blow to the Diamondbacks clubhouse to lose Gonzalez, as he's a real leader on that team. And finally, Miguel Tejada. The Angels and Astros both have interest looking at offense. Now with Berkman going down, you don't know what it does to the Astros' interest, but they're looking for major league talent in return of the Orioles. Tejada's a guy who can make a big difference in the pennant chase.
No question about it. Stay tuned for all that. And also go to ESPN.com now. Jason Stark says it's not Soriano, but Abreu, who is the hottest on the trade market. We'll come back to you up on Baseball Tonight. Tiger sealed the deal again. He had the lead after 54 holes and won it. So which of the teams that would qualify for the playoffs now will be the best front runner? Is it the Tigers and also the Young Guns? Many of them lefties, although there were some righties on the hill today. We'll take a look at the next generation of great pitchers when we come back.
What was that?
Jim, it's your lunch.
You've had a hamburger 3 times this week. You're on a lunch rut.
You need help. KFC's Fiery Buffalo Boneless Wings. They're hot. They're different. You're welcome.
Bust the blandness with Fiery Buffalo Boneless Wings at KFC. Get 100% breast meat boneless wings dipped in our Fiery Buffalo sauce. Try 6 for $2.99 or 18 for $8.79. Also available in honey barbecue flavor. No bones, all flavor at KFC.
You can see it in a smile like Rob Machado's. Just look at the man and you know you'll never see anyone so happy to go to work. He's got that inborn style that only happens when true talent is motivated by sincere pleasure. You can see it between him and the wave, how he surfs in harmony, and those long, soulful lines he carves are the love letters he leaves behind. X Games 12 starts Thursday, August 3rd, live at 9 on ESPN, presented by Mountain Dew.
喝吗？很快，不够快。
You like quality, real meat toppings, fresh dough, not frozen. You like fresh cut vegetables. I'm Papa John, and that's the way I like it too. That's the way I like it.
Call now or order at papajohns.com and we'll deliver.
Taste the difference. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Get our 10th birthday special. 2 medium one-topping pizzas for just $10. Make them large for $5 more.
Sexton Ford is your volume Ford dealer, the only area Ford dealer to win the President's Award. We're #1 in sales and service. Tough as nails. 06 Ranger Super Cab 4x2 is now just $13,895 or $204 per month. Get a Ford Focus at $13,200 or $227 per month. For major savings on pre-owned vehicles, see our enormous inventory of used cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get unbeatable savings on Sexton certified pre-owned vehicles every day.
Oh yeah, Sexton Ford is the talk of the town.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
Tigers have won 23 of the last 31 overall, yet after what happened on Saturday, Jim Leland says this is one we have to have. Esteban Loaiza get, oh my goodness, how scary is that?
Very scary. I saw Bobby Meacham do that in college, busting his teeth on a foul ball. Man.
84 miles an hour on the gun. X-rays thankfully negative. He was replaced by Omar Infante. Carlos Guillen goes to right, Pudge is in. Guillen finished 3 for 3, a home run shy of the cycle. 3-zip. Nate Robertson got busy, got Frank Thomas, who didn't like the call, had to be pushed back by Ron Washington. Then he went off talking to himself in the dugout. Adam Dowdy heard it and threw him out.
It was this far outside. He held his hands about.
Years ago, he might have gotten the call.
Adam waited until Frank got in the dugout before he tossed him, though. He wasn't going to toss him when he's right in front of him.
Tigers win 8-4. Leland says a very important win for Detroit. Had to have it. All right, speaking of Tigers, there was Tiger Woods for those who had a chance to see it on ABC earlier today. He won his second straight British Open. He did so in fine fashion, leaving everybody in their wake. And then there were a huge outpouring of emotion from Tiger. Of course, the first tournament and major he's won without his dad at his side. But what Woods does better than anybody that perhaps has ever played the game, John Kruk, is have a lead, especially in a major championship after 54 holes with the last 18, and he's 11 for 11 in closing the door. The Tigers have a big lead. Is it fair to make a comparison? Can they close it?
I think they can, Carl, because of their great pitching. But they also have a lot of qualities that Tiger Woods possesses. And that is, we know they can hit the long ball, 6th in the American League in home runs. But they can also do the other things that Tiger can do. The power, hitting out of the rough. Look at this high grass. A lot of people say how much strength it has to hit it out of that rough. But when you get in trouble, you want some power coming into the game if you're the Detroit Tigers. And they have that in Joel Zumaya. I mean, this guy throws upwards of 102, 103 miles an hour. And we saw him today. He had that nasty little yaki going and couldn't get, and these guys had no chance. But then again, you have to be clutch. When you do hit one in the fairway, you better hit it close so you can make a lot of birdies. Well, the Detroit Tigers, when they get guys on base, they have to come up clutch and drive in the run. And that's exactly what Ivan Rodriguez can do. Here it is, a base hit up the middle of Jose Contreras, who never loses games. Doesn't take the long ball, just get the job done when it needs to be done. And you see the emotion just like Tiger. And of course, the short game. There's no one in golf better when it comes to making clutch putts than Tiger Woods in big moments. Well, you saw the base hit. Well, look at Pudge Rodriguez right here with runners on first and second. He lays down a bunt. That's your third hitter laying down a bunt to help the team. The short game helps you get it done. And then the concentration. No one is mentally tougher than Tiger Woods. No one has the concentration of Tiger Woods. And then now the same can be said for Jim Leland, the new manager of the Detroit Tigers. That's what makes them so great. And Carl, you talked about it. We talked about it earlier. Tiger wins all around the world. Well, how about Detroit? 33-15 on the road. No other team in baseball is that close to them. That's why I think this team is here for the long haul. Because one, you throw all that great offense in and the clutch hitting and the little ball and everything else, but yet they have the great pitching too. And that's why I think that the White Sox, the Yankees, and whoever else wants to, the Twins want to get in that wild card thing, they better eliminate the Tigers because they're going to win this division.
Beware the year of the Tiger. Meantime, HR, I mentioned the other part about Woods. He's so good at closing. So you got 8 teams now that would qualify for the postseason. Who's the best front runner? Who's going to stay where they are?
Well, thanks for the golf lesson, first of all. But I think it's going to be the Tigers. You know, I got a chance to really watch this team play. The thing I like about them is their balance. And, you know, they have the power. They have power arms you talked about. But I like how they fundamentally play the game. They don't make mistakes. They don't hurt themselves. I really think this club's got the staying power to finish it out.
And my front runner that's going to stay in front of the New York Mets. I mean, they're 13 games up coming into tonight. And when you look at the way they're doing it, the most runs in the National League, they're 4th in starting pitching ERA, the best bullpen in baseball. They're the most well-balanced, well-rounded team in the National League. The New York Mets are the team that will stay on top to the finish.
Way to step out on the limb there.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been a very thick limb. I mean, the Mets are comfortably ahead in first. Good job, Steve. That's okay. Now the Rangers and the White Sox. Ozzie Guillen Company's trying to end a 4-game skid. This is the Vicente Padilla, A.J. Przinsky stuff. He had Alex Cintron in the thigh. It was in June that he hit Przinsky. Guillen said if he or anyone hits one of my players, we're coming right back at him. Garland twice threw behind Ian Kinsler. Twice. Randy Marsh warned both benches. Kinsler would ultimately walk. And then after the inning, Guillen gave Garland an earful. He didn't like the way he did it. He actually said, unfortunately, Garland missed him a couple of times.
Those comments and that footage right there might get Ozzie some suspension time.
White Sox up 2-zip, one on Taguchi. It's out. White Sox up 4-zip. They win 5-0. Garland, 8 1/3, 6 hits, no runs. 8 1/3, 6 hits, no runs, and he got an earful from his manager. So what do you mean?
Well, the reason I say that, Carl, is that's one of those things you say in the dugout and you say down the runway. You don't let everybody know you're actually throwing at a guy. You still got that, did he or did he not throw at him? Now it's obvious.
We'll come back on Baseball Tonight. Due up on this edition of Baseball Tonight, those young lefties. Are we seeing the best bumper crop of young southpaws ever? That's possible. And Diamond Cuts. A lyrical look back at the week. Diamond Cuts ready to roll and roll some players when Baseball Tonight continues.
Before it became my acquisition, it was my ambition.
Years in this house. So many memories, huh?
You know what? Those, good to take with you. Yeah. See you in a couple of hours.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, you two. I'm Nancy. Let me tell you the story of this amazing house.
Century 21.
McDonald's invites you to join the hunt with Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, now in theaters. Get a Big Mac, uncover the code, and you can win great prizes, including a new Volvo. Treasure is only a Big Mac away.
Growing up, the Boys and Girls Club was a safe place where I was taught important lessons, like being part of a team. Teammates learn to play together, work together, and stick together. Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs of America understand the importance for kids to have a safe place to learn and grow. Teamwork is what made us World Series champions.
And the White Sox have won the World Series.
Major League Baseball is a proud sponsor of the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, they create a positive place for kids.
Hi, everybody. Trey Wingo here to tell you that mobile ESPN is now available at Sprint stores. It's true, the new wireless service from ESPN that gives you the most comprehensive sports content on a phone is now even easier to get. Go to mobileespn.com to find a Sprint store near you.
The all-new 2007 Chevy Tahoe. With 320 horsepower and an EPA estimated 22 highway miles per gallon. Get there like never before. Tahoe, an American revolution.
On the road with Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution.
Now, because so many teams are in wild card races, every series seems huge. We've got a very good one beginning later this week. Twins and the White Sox. The good news for the White Sox, Liriano pitched on Sunday.
Well, that is good news for the White Sox. But the Minnesota Twins head to Chicago on the road. 19-30 so far this year on the road, but they're 10-6 over their last 16 games, taking on the White Sox, who have struggled at home of late. 5-6 in their last 11 games. You got to like the matchups, but for the White Sox, you're right. They don't see Liriano, but how about that Tuesday matchup with Johan Santana and Contreras? A tremendous matchup. The White Sox struggling, the Twins playing great baseball. If the Twins can sweep them, they can come head-to-head with the White Sox and possibly move into a tie in the wild card race. So This is going to get interesting.
And who would have thought that about the Twins, say, a month and a half ago? All right, a lot of young lefties. We mentioned Liriano. He was on the mound on Sunday. But as Steve said on Baseball Tonight at 12:30 Eastern Time on Sunday, this is the best crop of left-handed young good pitchers he's ever seen. Liriano, Bedard, Kazmir, and Willis were all on the mound on Sunday. Look at those records. And Willis, because he plays for the team he does, under 500. We know what he's capable of. Here are the highlights. Twins and the Indians. A ridiculous high number of strikeouts by Indians batters. In fact, a club record 17 of them struck out. Victor Martinez pulled a Tim Kirkshin after the game and said, 17? What? 17? They did get some offense, too. Justin Morneau. Twins are up 3-0 over. It is with that guy doing this. Brady Sizemore joining the party. Liriano struck out the side in the third. 6 straight Ks at one point. Johnny Peralta, 10 Ks in the game for him. Bottom 5 is in trouble. They're loaded with 2 outs. Victor Martinez grounds out. He threw 95 pitches, and they took him out. Twins won at 3-1 for his 12th victory. It's possible that he gets a Cy Young Award.
That's very possible, the way he's pitching right now.
O's and the Rays as we continue with the young lefties. Couple of them in this game. Kazmir left, Bedard right. Top of the first, Kazmir. Brian Roberts' power has just disappeared. Bottom 1, scoreless, Bedard. Speaking of lefties, Carl Crawford, nope.
Oh, Lord.
I think the one guy nobody talks about in this group is Bedard. This kid is awesome.
O's are up 2-zip. Kazmar, slider, 7 innings, 2 earned, 10 Ks. Bedard, Damon Hollins. That's a 3-2 hook.
Nasty.
No hitter through 4 2/3. Top of the 8th, tied at 2. Melvin Mora.
Get the lefties out and these runs.
And that's what happens. 4-2, they win it. Bedard wins his 7th consecutive start. Something to build around, I'm sure the pitching coach in Baltimore is happy about that.
Absolutely loves him, Carl. He wishes he had 4 more of him.
Leo Mazzoni pleased with the performance of Bedard this year. 7-0, a 1.29 ERA in his last 7 starts. Pirates and the Marlins bring on another one. Dontrell. Deep breath, bases loaded, jam, no outs, and Jason Bays at the plate. Oh. Randa. Oh, help me, Randa, get out of here. Willis got Wilson, he's out of the inning. Bucks are up 3-2, another jam. Randa flying out to right, out of another jam. 6 innings, 3 earned, and 6 Ks for DW. Tied at 4, bottom 9, Dan Ugla.
There it is.
Mezigas coming in.
Still upset he didn't get in the All-Star game, man. First Rule 5 draft guy to get in the All-Star game, didn't see the field.
Marlins win the final 3 of this 4-game set. Pittsburgh had tied the score, but as Harold just pointed out, Ugla the hero, Dontrell a no decision. Pirates have lost 3 straight and 14 of 17 on the road. Really the best bumper crop of lefties you've seen ever?
Well, I think it's the depth of this left-hander group. I mean, you know what? We're not even talking about Johan Santana and Cliff Lee and Lester and Burley and all these guys. I mean, it's the quantity of lefties right now, I think, in historical proportion right now.
Quirk, Crucky, or is there something to this?
No, there's something to it, Carl. All 4 of these guys could be our #1 starters, but all 4 of these guys could be guys that you build staffs around to win. Not just to have a good rotation, but to win. And Eric Bedard is this guy right here, 93-mile-an-hour fastball that runs away from lefties, the slider, the great changeup. And we all know about Scott Kazmir, the youngest of these 4 guys, only by a few months, though, over Liriano, but I mean, he has the electric fastball. He's not afraid to pitch inside, and he can throw that little dead fish changeup down and away. Dontrell Willis is more of the power guy in this group. He doesn't yet have the great off-speed stuff to offset the good fastball. That's why I think he might be a step behind these guys. But to me, if I was going to build a rotation right now of anyone in the big leagues, I have a feeling this guy would be the guy I would take over anyone in the game right now. Everything he does is above average. He has an above-average fastball, an above-average slider. Right there, you see that. And he has that changeup right there that, besides Johan Santana, might be the best in baseball. And that's saying something. I mean, he is rivaling the guy who everyone thinks is the best pitcher, Santana, as the best pitcher on his own staff. I would start a team with him, and I would build my rotation around this guy and say, go win me 20 every year.
Well, you're hired, because we've seen other GMs not make similar great decisions as that.
Used to be the Giants. Property.
What are you laughing at?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Due up on baseball tonight, all of a sudden the Angels have the best starting rotation in baseball. Jared Weaver trying to stay perfect. LA tries to stay within 1 out west. And stay tuned for the old diamond cuts. We are ready to put the CD in. Bring baseball into your room with music right after this.
Stand up, knock me right off my feet. Hard to beat, hard to beat, hard to beat. Line, deep in the left center field, way back there, still going. Goodbye!
The Firestone Indy 400, next Sunday at 3:30 Eastern on ABC.
I'm Jim Cook. I homebrewed the first batch of Samuel Adams in my kitchen.
6 weeks after he started the business, Samuel Adams Boston Lager took the Best Beer in America award.
We have an employee homebrew competition here at Sam Adams.
People get better every year.
And that is good.
This year we're inviting homebrewers everywhere to enter the competition.
We've done it, now it's your turn.
There'll be 2 winners, and their beers will be brewed from national release.
Get your homebrew kit and instructional video at samadams.com.
Just brew it.
You can see it in a smile like Rob Machado's. Just look at the man and you know you'll never see anyone so happy to go to work. He's got that inborn style that only happens when true talent is motivated by sincere pleasure. You can see it between him and the wave, how he surfs in harmony, and those long, soulful lines he carves are the love letters he leaves behind. X Games 12 starts Thursday, August 3rd, live at 9 on ESPN. Presented by Chic Quattro Titanium.
Here at the Chic Shave Lab, we have been testing the new Chic Quattro Titanium in simulated social environments to see if it really is off the heating.
3, 2, 1.
Off the heating, indeed.
New Chic Quattro Titanium stays sharp to give you a close, smooth shave with less irritation than the leading brand. It's the only razor with 4 advanced blades made with titanium.
New Chic Quattro Titanium, the power of 4 meets titanium.
You've seen how they play.
Oh! Albert!
Now see how they live.
Let's go inside.
With AT&T Home Turf, visit seehowtheylive.com for exclusive access into your favorite players' worlds.
Let me guess, more Albert Pujols stuff?
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
I made my team work late so I could order pan pizza for dinner. I think it was worth it. For them.
The original pan pizza from Pizza Hut. Now $10.99 for a large, any way you want. Add any medium one topping for $5 more. Pizza Hut pan pizza.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
All right, boys, we're talking about the good young lefties. How about good young righties? Mike Scioscia had one on the mound on Sunday, and Jared Weaver trying to split their 4-game set with the Royals. Baroa, grounder. Cabrera at short. There's your runner at third. Brown running by without even checking him out. Cabrera the fake, and that's trouble.
Well, the reason Brown kept going is he saw the third baseman break, and he's thinking nobody's going to be there. He took for granted he'd throw it to first. He didn't.
You know what they say?
Don't take it for granted.
Exactly. Huh? Quinlan singling to right as Rivera and Napoli score 3-0 Angels. They go on to win it 3-1. Jared Weaver was very impressive. 6 2/3, 3 hits, an earned run, and 4 Ks. He got all the offense he needed, and Mike Scioscia says he did it, but made him most proud without his best stuff. Jared Weaver becomes the first rookie in 25 years to win his first 7 starts. He joins us now on Baseball Tonight. What of your experiences, whether it's growing up in your family, with your brother, has allowed you to have success at the major league level so quickly, Jared?
So far just trying to do, pitch to my strengths and, try to make pitches when I have to. And I've been able to do a good job of doing that so far. And, it helps having Napoli on the plate throwing down the right finger. So far so good. And glad that our team's, in the hunt again.
What was it like with your whole brother situation there with the Angels and the fact that he's now gone? What was that like?
Coming up, it was definitely a dream come true, just being a part of them with spring training, and had a chance to do that. And when I got called up, he was in the rotation as well. So that was definitely a dream come true for me and him. I'm sure, I just wanted to be able to see him across the dugout, but he was in the same dugout, so I didn't have to call him on the phone for advice. I could just walk over to the locker, but obviously some things happened where, business is business when it comes to the baseball part of it. And,
sure.
They had to make a move, and, it just happened to be Jeff and happened to be being the next one in line. So no bad blood between the two of us, that's for sure.
I was going to say, business before family when it comes to baseball?
I guess so. I mean, we're going to have to look at it like that, I guess.
Jerry, congratulations on your great start, and keep it up with the Angels.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Hugs and kisses to you, Jeff. All right.
The young man with some perspective right there.
Red Sox and the Mariners, bottom 7 of this wild one. Manny Del Carmen, Kenji Jojima. Manny, look up.
World Cup's over. What's he doing?
He's seen other guys try that. He figured he'd give it a shot.
World Cup's over,
Had no
Manny.
interest in using the glove.
They got the yellow card.
Richie Sexton all the way from first was in at 7-6. Not anymore. This young Red Sox bullpen getting put in tough spots. They'd had come through most of the time, but here Yuniesky Betancourt single ties it at 7. Bottom 8, some experience. Timlin, Beltre, driven deep left center field. Coco Crisp. Wow, he lost it. Look at him. If you lose it that bad, what are you jumping?
I'll tell you what, that was a tough sun today because we saw a couple guys miss balls.
Inside the park, home run for Beltre.
This isn't Red Sox like. I mean, they're the best defensive team in the American League.
Oh, boy.
Not on this play. Manny's saying it's right there.
Yeah, Manny's pointing to. Watch Manny. Watch Manny.
There it is. You get it.
Little no look. Magic Johnson, no look.
Yeah, that was a meltdown. Top of the ninth, 2 outs. Mariners are up 8-7. The closer,
he can hit.
Puts to Veritek. Oh, did you see JJ? Veritek's 11th. That was a smash, and we're tied up at 8. There you go. Meantime, bottom half, Richard Sexson. Forget about it, Manny. Gone. Game over. Sexton's 20th.
All up to the outfield, were they?
No, they weren't seeing much of anything. 26 hits in this one. Big Poppy had a couple of doubles, but it's the Mariners, like so many other teams, hanging around, not only in the West, but in the wild card race. They beat the Red Sox by a score of 9-8. That great game segues us into the greatest plays from this week. Here are the Diamond Cuts.
So Bonds is still alive. And there's a high drive deep into left center field. Way back there, still going. Goodbye! Home run! Bonds got a second life, and he puts 2 more on the board.
Another air charge to Alex Rodriguez, number 17 of the season.
It's not him right now, and we need him back the way he's supposed to.
Driven deep to left field. There it goes. See ya. His 2000th hit. His 450th home run. One with one swing.
Hard to beat. Hard to beat. Drive me crazy, my beautiful baby. Let's spend the whole day right here together. You know I love ya. I just wanna touch ya. Stand up. Knock me right off my feet. Hard to beat. Hard to beat. Hard to beat.
And the boys in white will celebrate tonight, or better said, this morning. Stomach that.
Report of the week, the ship is sinking. Not more for Vernon Wells and the Blue Jays, rising from the American League East, and perhaps a big part of touch 'em all. Plus the greatest defensive plays from the Sunday that was. Old school defense. The top 5 web gems are coming up.
McDonald's invites you to join the hunt with Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, now in theaters. Get a Big Mac, uncover the code, and you can win great prizes, including a new Volvo. Treasure is only a Big Mac away.
There's an easy way to save even more at Motel 6. Just book online at motel6.com. You can't miss. Motel 6, official lodging partner of the PBA.
John Smoltz is in a tough spot here,
Yeah,
Joe.
Chip, I don't know how he's going to get this out.
Well, here comes the Brain Trust for a little powwow on the mound. All right, well, looks like they got a plan. Smoltzy leans in, and he deals. Got it! See ya!
Need a little help this season? The Home Depot has great lawn-saving Scotts products, including Scotts Turf Builder, Roundup, and more. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of Major League Baseball.
Tuesday on The Contender, after a stunning upset and an all-out war. team takes control,
There's nothing you can do about it.
putting the resourceful yellow team's backs against the wall.
You're scared to fight Vinroy. What? Man, you a coward, man.
An all-new contender. Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
The off-road technology in the Toyota 4Runner also makes it safer around town, finally bridging the gap between Mountain Man and Valley Girl. Now lease a new 4Runner for just $299 a month or get 1,000 customer cash. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Menards is the place where you'll always save big money. Update your bath with a new Crane vanity top. They come with a high gloss finish and are on sale starting at just $24. Complete that new look with a new faucet from Price Pfister. All Price Pfister bath faucets are on sale. This chrome single handle is only $59, or this two-handle chrome pull-out faucet is only $75. Service, quality, selection. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
LA's excited about Chad Billingsley. He's on the mound. Good hard thrower, young, top 5. Chris Duncan's on first. Albert's at the plate. And he's smart. See?
Some pretty good stuff on the intentional walk.
Yeah, he did. It's better than some we've seen recently. Cards are up 3-zip. Careful. Scott Rowland. Trouble. Miles to go, people. Aaron Miles and Chris Duncan come around the bases, and there's a foot race to home. Rowland second on the throw. It's a Cardinal 5-0 lead. Jason Marquis getting out of a jam. 8 shutout innings for Marquis. He gets Ramon Martinez into a 5-4-3.
Good guy to hit it to if you want to get out of a jam. The Gold Glover.
No out, still 5-zip, and Encarnacion. 14th of the year, second of the game. Gold seats. Cardinals win at 6-1. Another good outing. Look at Marquis, got 12 wins. ERA may be up there, but his support is good too. He kept Nomar in check, and St. Louis improves to 56-41. Bring out your bats and your balls, and let's see who can hit it over the fence. Has anyone noticed Piazza's getting warm lately? 20th home run by a Padre catcher this year, most in the majors.
And Josh Bard have been awesome.
Good 1-2 punch. Speaking of punching, Encarnacion's 13th and 14th, fourth career multi-home run game. Second this season. Is Vernon Wells an MVP candidate in the American League?
Absolutely. You know, if Toronto hangs in there as long as it is, he is going to be right there. He's got to figure he's going to finish 35-40 homers. Center field.
6th multi-home run game in 06, most in the league. Now, Alfonso Soriano again. 4th in his last 8 games. He says he wants to stay in Washington.
What about Sori? Could he pull Andre Dawson and win MVP?
No.
No. Okay.
Next question. Carlos Delgado. 9th player to hit 25 or more in 11 straight seasons. Maybe he's starting to warm up too, because he kind of checked out. And Adrian Beltre, the first Mariner player with an inside-the-park home run since Randy Winn. That was actually a backward pass that Manny made.
No look.
A no-look Manny behind the back pass, and then you pick it up. Welcome back. We got our own behind-the-back looks, catches, glove work, top 5 web gems as the Baseball Tonight team continues.
It's simple. One family, one vehicle. The all-new Chevy Suburban with seating for up to 9 and an estimated 21 miles per gallon highway. Suburban, an American revolution.
What was that?
Jim, it's your lunch.
You've had a hamburger 3 times this week. You're in a lunch rut.
You need help. KFC's Fiery Buffalo boneless wings. They're hot. They're different. You're welcome.
Bust the blandness with Fiery Buffalo boneless wings at KFC. Get 100% breast meat boneless wings dipped in our Fiery Buffalo sauce. Try 6 for $2.99 or 18 for $8.79. Also available in honey barbecue flavor. No bones, all flavor at KFC.
Discover the colors of the Dominican Republic. Visit us online at GoDominicanRepublic.com.
Races into Michigan as Indy 500 winner Sam Hornish Jr., Danica Patrick, and top rookie Marco Andretti all make a run for the checkered flag. The Firestone Indy 400 next Sunday at 3:30 Eastern on ABC.
Baseball Tonight is driven by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution. And in part by KFC's Fiery Buffalo Boneless Wings. It's no bones, all flavored. Only at KFC.
Back here on Baseball Tonight, Padres and the Giants. Giants a half up on the Padres when the day began, trying to avoid the sweep at AT&T. Last Padres sweep in the Bay was 93. Pedro Feliz, that's past plum. Vizcaíno, Ray Durham score. The glove of the catcher flies out of his hands. He's got to get back, and watch what happens as Rob Bowen catches the ball barehanded and tags Finley out. How about that play?
Webb, Jim.
There goes the glove. The pitcher's there to back it up. He throws to third, and Bowen hadn't gone to get his glove.
And he was ready to take another shot, too.
He was bracing himself.
All right, good job there. 5-4 game. Armando trying to close it. Uh-oh. That didn't work.
He had 2 strikes on this hitter. He pitched, just didn't get it down the way. He was going down the way every pitch to Sledge, and Sledge got him.
Terrell did. Tied at 5 extra innings. In the 12th inning, after a triple to lead things off, or I should say with 1 out, Cameron scores in the sac fly. And lo and behold, wouldn't you know, the old Friars have rejoined the Giants at the top of the NL West. Rockies and the D-backs. Juan Cruz and the D-backs hosting the Rockies. Top 1, bases loaded. Rockies up 1-0. Uh-oh. Trouble here. Drops in front. Runs are coming in. And when Gonzalez delivers the 2-run RBI, it's now 3-0. Not anymore.
Carlos Quentin has been a star for these guys.
He's going to be a star for a long time for these guys.
2-run RBI double. That's not exactly what the other Luis Gonzalez wants to hear right now. D-backs trail 5-3. Sean Green swinging a drive with men on first and second. Hitting it hard.
Tell you what, for guys that have been mentioned to be traded, Sean Green and Luis Gonzalez, they're playing like professionals.
7-6 game in the 9th. Garrett Atkins. Trouble.
Arizona's got a chance to win this thing, though. Why are they talking about trading everybody, Steve?
I don't know. I agree. They're talking about Miguel Batista getting moved as well in the rotation.
That comes off Jorge Julio. The Rockies knock off the Diamondbacks by a score of 9-7 as Julio gets the loss there. And you mentioned, look at the numbers for Gonzalez, hitting .463 over his last 10. Bring on the gems, boys. Start with Shea Hillenbrand. All sorts of offense he brings to the Bay Area, but they're a little glove work.
He also floated. He's very athletic. Remember, he was a third baseman. He can play some first. He made a nice play on a pitcher bunting situation where he dove and caught a bunt.
Seems like a no-brainer. A guy who's got something to prove now that he's got that, maybe the reputation. He'll go in there and try to smooth the waters and just get the job done. Whoa! The adventure. Scott Posednik diving to make the catch.
Ozzy's been a little critical of his defense so far this year, but nice catch right there.
Web gem number 3, Uneski Betancourt. Oh, snare job for Alex Gonzalez.
He should win the Gold Glove this year in the American League of shortstop. He's got 4 errors. He's been phenomenal. He plays on a
keep hearing the name Julio Lugo. I don't
get it either.
Going to Boston. Craig Monroe. No one sees it except Swisher. Into foul territory. Look out. Into foul territory.
Carl, you grew up in the mountains. You know how to climb stuff.
And the web gem that's number 1. Yeah, that's a West Virginia reference. It's our boy, Rob Bowen, behind the plate with no glove.
Well, that was obvious. This may be on the plays of the year.
Heck of a play as the Padres and the Giants do battle, and the West continues to be the best, both races. With Steve Phillips, Harold Reynolds, John Kruk, I'm Carl Ravitch. Thank you again for watching this edition of Baseball Tonight. Our Sunday nighter is Citizens Bank Park. Look at the little sparks. The old Kruk balls all filing into Philadelphia as the Braves get set for the Phillies with John, Joe, and Bonnie.
Okay, Carl, the National League playoff race front and center tonight as Sunday Night Baseball comes to you from Philly. Game 2, the Braves and the Phillies. Both teams right in the middle of the National League wildcard race. 10 teams still within sight of the top, all hoping to catch lightning in a bottle and win a spot of the postseason. Riding the wave of success lately has been playoff perennial Atlanta. Written off by most after an awful June, the Braves have returned from the All-Star break rejuvenated. Tonight, Joe Morgan brings down the impact of Atlanta's all-time hits leader, Chipper Jones, and his influence on the Braves. Here in Philadelphia, the Phillies were also hopelessly dead in the water, or so it seemed, but now they are back in the race too. Youthful impact players like slugger Ryan Howard and red-hot second baseman Chase Utley will again need to play leading roles if the Phils are to reach their goal of October baseball. And Baseball Tonight's Steve Phillips weighs in on the future of Bobby Abreu and whether the Braves will look beyond Bob Wickman for more bullpen help. It's Braves-Phillies next, Sunday Night Baseball. It's ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. And what a beautiful night it is here in Philadelphia after a storm came through yesterday and washed out the game. Now the Braves and the Phillies play Game 2 of their series here on Sunday night. And in the National League, the wild card race, Cincinnati was beaten today. And you see there's a whole lot of teams still involved in the race. And right there in the middle, Atlanta and Philadelphia. Whichever one wins tonight will have gained a full game in the wild card standings on first place. And so the stakes are that much higher for this one. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, and welcome to Sunday Night Baseball. Now, the Atlanta Braves, I mean, they were woeful in June. All of a sudden, they've caught fire, Joe, led by their star third baseman, Chipper Jones, a 20-game hitting streak, hitting over 500 in that time. He's never been hotter, but he's injured out of action tonight, and so, too, is Andrew Jones, who leads the league in runs batted in. So, Joe, what are they going to do for offense tonight?
Well, they've been scoring like 10 runs a game, John, with those two guys in there. Maybe they'll drop down to 6. But really, they've had some contributions from Jeff Francoeur, and Brian McCann had a 5 consecutive homer streak broken on Friday night, but these young guys have contributed a lot. Plus, they get one of their leaders back tonight, Marcus Giles, who has missed the last 6 ball games. So I really believe that they can still score some runs. They're just not going to do it in the fashion they've been doing it the last 2 weeks, and that's scoring 10 runs a game.
All right, so Brett Myers will be on the mound for the Phillies tonight. Without those 2 All-Stars in there, Brett Myers making his first appearance here at home since being arrested in Boston on June 23rd for allegedly assaulting his wife. We'll see how they respond to Myers here tonight. Now, the Phillies have some big power in that lineup with guys like Bobby Abreu, Chase Utley, Pat Burrell, and the home run derby champion Ryan Howard.
Well, these 2 teams are similar in that they score a lot of runs. That's how they win. Well, Ryan Howard has become the stabilizing influence on this ball club. They haven't been consistent the last couple of years. That's the reason they go up and down. They won 13 out of 14, then they lose 10 or 12 in a row. But Ryan Howard is the guy that's most feared in this lineup now, and he has responded very well. He's the guy that they count on. And if they're going to get into the playoffs, they're going to have to be led by Ryan Howard.
All right, well, we can't wait to watch him hit quite the slugger. Duke Castiglione is here with us, and when we come back, Duke will have the status of both Andrew and Chipper Jones and their injuries. Horacio Ramirez, the young left-hander, will be on the mound for Atlanta tonight, and he'll be up against Brett Myers, who's all ready to go. He'll be throwing the first pitch. It's the Braves and the Phillies from Philadelphia when we come back.
Honey, remember when you asked me to spice up your food?
Yeah?
The new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme. Spicy and grilled, so it's good to go.
Whoa, spicy and grilled, so it's good to go.
Good to go?
Good to go. The new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme. Shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices with melty, crunchy, cool Taco Bell tastes. Loaded into a flour tortilla and grilled so it's good to go.
He's good to go.
For a spicier way to go, think outside the bun.
Let me guess, more Albert Pujols stuff?
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
Before it became our everyday, it was our someday.
Give your engine what it wants. Always ask for Pennzoil.
We're prepared for everything.
But not this. Follow me. Stay together.
I got it, Sarge.
So he did go down there. And did he go in the buildings?
I got 2 cops found in the middle of the rubble, still alive. We'll make it well.
We're not leaving you. You are our mission.
World Trade Center, rated PG-13, August 9th.
It's back to school, and Best Buy's got what kids need to succeed. Like laptops with fingerprint scanners for extra security. Convertible notebooks that let you jot notes directly on the screen for new ways to learn. And Media Center computers that let you record, watch, and pause live TV. Check out the Gateway Convertible Notebook with dual-core technology. It's a perfect blend of performance and creativity. Save big for back to school, now at Best Buy.
Growing up, the Boys and Girls Club was a safe place where I was taught important lessons, like being part of a team. Teammates learn to play together, work together, and stick together. Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs of America understand the importance for kids to have a safe place to learn and grow. Teamwork is what made us World Series champions.
And the White Sox have won the World Series.
Major League Baseball is a proud sponsor of the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, they create a positive place for kids.
ESPN's Sunday Night Baseball is presented by the new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme at Taco Bell. It's good to go. And in part by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American Revolution.
Back in Philadelphia, the national anthem had just been sung. The Braves are getting ready to come to bat, and the Phillies have already taken the field except for the starting pitcher, Brett Myers. We are awaiting the arrival of Myers heading out to the mound, and there goes Brett Myers, number 39. So Myers will take the hill, and Myers, who was booed when he was introduced during the announcement of the starting lineups by the stadium announcer before the ball game. And I'm guessing, Joe, that there may be some negative reaction to him, but Phillies fans are like fans all around baseball. Number one, if he's winning and striking guys out, well, they'll be cheering him. Let's take a look now at the Atlanta batting order presented by Taco Bell. It will be Marcus Giles back in the lineup for the first time in 9 days. Second base. Edgar Renteria at shortstop, having an outstanding season back in the National League. Wilson Betemit is at third base, hitting third with Chipper Jones out. Brian McCann moves up to clean up, the catcher, who's having an outstanding year. Jeff Francoeur, 66 RBIs, right field. Adam LaRoche, first base, 17 home runs. It'll be Scott Thorman in left field, the rookie, just up about a month ago. And it will be Ryan Langerhans in center field hitting eighth, and Horacio Ramirez is the pitcher, a left-hander. The Atlanta Braves, Bobby Cox being unable to pencil in his two superstars, Chipper Jones and Andrew Jones. And let's go down to Duke Castiglione for more on the status of those two great Atlanta stars. Duke.
That's right, John. Both Andrew Jones and Chipper Jones out of the lineup tonight. Let's start with Chipper. He injured his left oblique in his first at-bat Friday night. He said when he did it, it hurt so bad, it felt like the wind was knocked out of him. I talked to him today. I said, do you think you're headed for the disabled list? He said, I hope not. Best case scenario, I'll be back in there Tuesday. As far as Andrew goes, he injured his upper back during batting practice on Friday. Woke up Saturday, started having spasms. Those spasms haven't gone away. He wanted to get back in the lineup tomorrow night. He thinks more likely Tuesday.
All right, Duke, thank you. And here we go now. The Atlanta Braves up against Brett Myers. Myers, who returned to the ball club after the All-Star break when they were in San Francisco with a criminal case pending. And he was away from the club for 2.5 weeks after all of that occurred. On a leave of absence, was placed on the temporary inactive list. And he was in family counseling and took part in professional counseling sessions as part of the Phillies employee assistance program. 25 years old. And the fastball right by Marcus Giles. Now Giles,
he sit out for 6 games, John. The first pitch he sees, he's wailing at it. High fastball.
He got a left thumb injury, and he took 2 rounds of batting practice, and then he decided to, as he said, save any other bullets for the game itself. He didn't want to press his luck. He injured himself trying to steal a bag with one of those headfirst slides first game after the All-Star break, and that's a foul out of play. So that thumb is not 100% healthy, and we'll see how he does with it, Joe.
Well, I think he feels okay because, like I said, first pitch he saw, he let it rip. And that wasn't an easy swing, the first one. Can't imagine sitting out for 6 straight games, and then the first pitch you see, you're right on it. At least you think you are.
2 balls, 2 strikes now to Marcus Giles. 245 average. Been a tough year for Giles, although his on base average is not bad considering only a 245 batting average. Right there in the inside corner, got him looking.
Well, the one thing about Myers, he can overpower a lineup, and he comes after you. He got ahead quickly on Giles, and he throws a fastball just on the inside edge, or just off, but acceptable. Very close pitch on the inside part of the plate.
Now Edgar Renteria comes up. And he chases that fastball and foul tips it.
That high fastball that Myers throws, it's very difficult to catch up with the high fastball, especially early in the game. Now, maybe later after the second time around, it may slow down a little bit, but early in the ball game, catching up with that high fastball is very difficult to do.
It looks like it's got a little hop on it.
Yeah.
And missing on the inside, and not by much. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, you can see that his ball is alive, John. He's got really good movement on it. He's throwing hard, and it's not straight.
He's been outstanding in the first inning of games. And that curveball, and it's too low. 2 balls and a strike. Phillies need Brett Myers, and they need him to be the ace of this staff. Their pitching has not done well. Starters have been getting knocked out early. Last in the league in earned run average out of the starting staff. That ball into center field. Aaron Rowand, plenty of room. 2 down. Renteria is gone. And here is Wilson Bedamit. Matson, one of the Phillies' young starters in the left, and the left-hander Randy Wolf, who is out on a rehab assignment right now. He's made a couple of starts in the minor leagues, trying to get himself back after a long absence. 2 down, nobody on. Here's Bedamit, and both Joe and I talked to Wilson before the game. We wanted to make sure about the pronunciation of his name, and he said the syllables on the last, or the accent is on the last syllable.
Bedamit. That's the way he said it to me very quickly.
2-0 the count now. One thing we know is however you pronounce the name, this guy's got power, he's got speed, and he's been a valuable man coming off the bench for Atlanta the last 2 years. That is He's at the knees for a called strike.
And did a great job while Giles was out. He hit like 440 during that stretch. Supplied some power, and he looks like he's a very good clutch hitter. Every time I've seen him in game-winning situations, game-changing situations, he's always had good at bats.
2-1 the count. That's into left center field. That's into the alleyway. That's going to go through and up against the wall at the 374 side. Burrow misses at his first stab at it, but Betemit is at second, and he'll hold there with a double.
Looks like a little breaking ball that comes, it gets the knees over the outside edge of the plate. And you can see stays back nicely. Doesn't try to pull it. Head right on top of the plate. Stays right there. And finds a gap in the left center field.
So now Brian McCann comes up. So Betemit hits a double in the spot where Chipper Jones normally would bat. And now here is McCann in the spot where Andrew Jones would normally be coming up. McCann had a stretch right after the All-Star break where he homered in 5 straight games. The last time any catcher did that was 9 years ago, and his name was Sandy Alomar Jr. when he was an All-Star catcher in the American League. Here's Andrew in the dugout looking on. Back problem. We thought maybe Andrew had a good chance of playing tonight. He was hopeful yesterday that he would. See, that tied the franchise record for anybody, and the first catcher in the majors to do it since Sandy Alomar Jr. And that's too low with a slider. 1 ball, 1 strike. Or apparently the cutter. He calls it a cutter, not a slider.
They got rained out yesterday, and Chipper and Andrew were both out of the lineup yesterday. They thought maybe Andrew would be able to play today, but he's not able to go.
A ball and a strike to the young Brian McCann. And that cutter is in there for a called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I talked to Chipper before the game, and he said he injured it, as Duke Castiglione mentioned on Friday night, in a swing against a Corey Lytle fastball. And I said, well, I mean, what happened? He said the pitch was right down the middle. He said when it would come in, and I thought I was going to launch it, because he'd been launching everything lately. But I mean, Chipper had been so hot, and he did kind of rue the fact that he'd been so hot, and then he gets hurt. He says, why couldn't it have been when he was back in one of those 1-for-20 stretches a few weeks back? Bobby Cox, whose ball club feels confident. I mean, the players feel like they're going to come back and still make it to the postseason. Myers strikes out McCann, who is then thrown out by Lieberthal, and the inning is over. 2 strikeouts for Myers, a strong first inning. Now the Phillies are coming up against Ramirez, Rollins, Utley, and Abreu when we come back.
For years, car dealers have taken people with bad credit to the cleaners. They've hung them out to dry with bad cars and bad loans.
But J.D. Byrider changed that by introducing good cars for people with bad credit. Every car and truck comes with a good-to-go warranty at no extra charge. And we don't rely on outside banks for approval, so $199 really can deliver. So don't get pressed into the wrong car.
JD to the rescue!
Finally, good cars for people with bad credit. That's J.D. Byrider.
Something at the edge of your mind, but you don't know what it is.
Something that you're hoping to find, but you don't know what it is.
Hey, we know what it is at Joaquin's. Life's too short. Buy a Sea Ray and ride the wave of family fun. Picture yourself in a Sea Ray Sport Cruiser. Let your mind run wild in a luxurious sport yacht. Save thousands on all models from 17 to 44 feet. Don't just imagine it. Come to Joaquin's and live it.
Come ride the wave of family fun. Oh, wow, Joaquin's.
How you doing, sir? Orientation, 7th floor. Sign in, please.
If you're a new full-time employee.
We've got the Q4 numbers. Germany looks good.
A people-ready business knows that every person it hires is an investment. With the right software, they'll be ready to hit the ground running from day one.
John Miller, Joe Morgan, along with Duke Castiglione. We are in Philadelphia at beautiful Citizens Bank Park. And there is Jimmy Rollins getting ready to lead off for the Phillies. Let's take a look at the batting order now, presented by Taco Bell. Jimmy Rollins, the exciting leadoff man at shortstop. Chase Utley, an all-star, 317 hitter, second base. Bobby Abreu. Everybody seems to want Bobby Abreu. He's in right field. Pat Burrell, a big slugger, in left field, 64 batted in, 20 homers. Ryan Howard, an even bigger slugger, 31 homers, 78 batted in at first base. Then Aaron Rowan, the former White Sox star, in center field. It'll be David Bell. He's been hot lately at third base. Mike Lieberthal, the veteran catcher, been injured much of the year, hitting eighth. And Brett Myers, the pitcher, batting ninth. And they'll be taking their hacks against the left-hander Horacio Ramirez, who pauses for maybe a brief prayer or a little meditation before heading up to the mound to throw his first pitch, Joe.
Well, you see, as a winning record, most left-handers who can throw strikes are okay. He has good command of 4 different pitches: sinker, slide. He doesn't throw a slider, changeup, cutter, curveball. But he had a hamstring injury, and sometimes that limits how long he's able to go in the ball game.
So here is Rollins, and he can make a righty uncomfortable with that little cutter into the hands. Jimmy Rollins, 264, 11 homers, 34 batted in, 21 steals, and that is a called strike. Now, Horacio Ramirez is from Southern California and really loves all the Southern California, or did as a kid, loved all the Southern California teams, was a great Dodgers fan. That fastball is too low. He said he especially loved Oral Hershiser. He was a pitcher and a good one, but still is a huge Lakers fan to this day. Born in Carson, California, 5th-round draft choice. He's had nagging problems with hamstrings, one that put him on the disabled list on his left hamstring early this year, and more recently his right hamstring giving him a little bit of trouble. He said it shouldn't give him any trouble tonight in terms of fielding bunts or covering first base, things like that. But they did take him out early after 5 innings in his previous start. That's down the third base side. Nice pickup there by Bedemy. And the throw and a hot pulled out by LaRoche for the out. Wow.
John, that play was much better than it appears, because he didn't have time to make a real accurate throw. He got rid of it quickly, which is the right thing to do when you have a speedy runner like Rawlings. And watch this. He dives and gets it. Now, he doesn't have time to get up and set himself. He just turns and throws off balance, but he makes a perfect throw, and it hops right there. And you can see a nice pickup there by LaRoche. So, excellent play there by Bedemy, and it was far more difficult than it appeared. And you can see the hop is perfect for LaRoche at first base.
Wow. Here's Chase Utley. And that's too low. A fastball missing. Chase Utley, one of the best hitting second basemen around. 317, 16 homers, 29 doubles.
He does not hit well against Ramirez, and that's interesting. He's got a 22-game hitting streak, but he doesn't swing the bat well against Ramirez normally.
And he's about the only guy in the lineup who has not hit well against Ramirez. They got a lot of guys who have great numbers against Horacio Ramirez. So it is now 2 balls and a strike.
And one of the reasons when you're a good hitter and you have trouble against certain pitchers is because you do not see the ball well out of their hands. You do not pick the ball up quickly as you would like, and therefore you end up guessing sometimes or moving before you read the pitch.
Popped up. Foul, and that will go back out of play.
So that was a good example there. He knew it was a 2-1 fastball coming, but he wasn't able to get out front, and it was probably because he didn't see it as well. Watch, this is a good pitch for Utley to hit, but he's going to be a little late on it. See where he hits the ball behind the plate, and that's probably because he didn't see the ball well from Ramirez.
Well, he's been seeing it well against most guys. And lately, in his 22-game hitting streak, he's had 38 hits and a 400 batting average.
Almost as good as Chipper. Chipper's 5-something, so.
Chipper's,
yeah,
he's in a different planet. Wow. Well, and you pointed it out, Joe. I mean, for some reason, even though he's been red hot, Horacio Ramirez seems to have it over.
Yeah, the problem again is you do not see the ball well out of his hand. And you can see he swung at a bad pitch there for strike 3. But take a look. I mean, there's good movement there by Ramirez. Get the outside edge. So you can see he's pretty patient until he gets 2 strikes, but that's the pitch he should have hit. And watch this sinker back down and in, and he missed it by a foot. He wasn't even close. Bad pitch, but again, sometimes you do not see the ball. You pick it up late, and you swing at a lot of bad pitches.
Now Bobby Abreu. And that is in there for a strike at 94 miles an hour.
Now, he doesn't look like he's throwing that hard, John. He's got good movement, but it doesn't look like he's throwing that hard. 94 miles an hour. I mean, he's throwing well, but not 94 miles an hour.
To second base, there is Giles. And that is the out. So 3 up and 3 down. Down go the Phillies. There's Jeff Francoeur. The young slugger will be coming up when we return. No score.
What's your favorite brand, America?
Chevrolet. We love baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet. Stolen bases, goat cheese, pizza, bottled water, and Chevrolet.
Stolen bases, goat cheese, pizza, bottled water, and Chevrolet.
Free agents, rally monkeys, fancy leagues, and Chevrolet.
Whoa, wait, what's a rally monkey?
They go together in the good old USA. Face painters, satellite radio, endorsement deals, and Chevrolet.
Chevy, an American revolution.
Let me guess, more Albert Pujols stuff?
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
Pressure. Enemy of engines. Enemy of pressure. Pennzoil Platinum. It's the full synthetic with adapted molecules that continually join forces to help conquer the enormous pressure inside your engine. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Ergonomic desk chairs? I watched their backs. $650. Office pet?
Slush watchdog.
$100. Laptops instead of desktops?
Big ideas don't only come between 9 and 5.
$999 each. Running your business your way. No questions asked.
Nice.
Priceless. MasterCard Business Card even lets you choose your payment date because you're the boss.
Tuesday on The Contender, the blue team takes control, putting the resourceful yellow team's backs against the wall.
You're scared to fight Binroy. What?
An all-new Contender, Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Jeff Francoeur, and he had a big rip for strike one. Are you surprised to see him rip at that first one, Joe?
Yeah, really surprised because he takes a lot of pitches.
What a shock.
Yeah, I mean, he very aggressive hitter. And that's who he is.
He says, I'm not probably ever going to walk 100 times in a year. And he also said, you know, he says, I had a game recently. I had 3-2 count a couple times, a 2-0 count once, and I went 0 for 4. So it also, I mean, in a way, Joe, it sounds like he's not quite convinced of that whole theory about being a little more patient, waiting for your pitch and whatnot.
Well, he attacks the ball. He goes right after it.
Look at that. He's 7 homers and a .326 average when he puts that first pitch in play. And the cutter off the outside. Pretty good eye right there.
Very excellent. If you can take that pitch, you should be a little more patient at the plate. Tough pitch. Great pitch there by Myers with a 2-strike count.
I mean, that's an out pitch for him right there against the right hand.
Exactly.
2-2 the count. Fastball, blew it right by him.
Man.
Here's Scott Reese with a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
All right, John, Tiger Woods has his 3rd Claret Jug and 11th major championship. He closed with a 5 under 67. Becomes the first player since Tom Watson to win back-to-back British Open titles. And another Tour de France ends with an American wearing the yellow jersey. Floyd Landis perseveres through an arthritic hip and holds on for his first Tour victory. Details on SportsCenter after the game and constantly on your ESPN mobile.
All right, thanks. As Adam LaRoche fouls one off, strike one to LaRoche, who had become a pretty good home run hitter for Atlanta. 270 average, but he got 17 home runs. He got a shot at 30 this year. And he's ordinarily a pretty good fielder over there at first base. 0-2 the count. Thorman is on deck. No score in the game. here in the second. The wild card leaders, the Cincinnati Reds, were beaten today by Milwaukee 4-1. Curveball. Chase Utley. And the Roach is not a fast runner. 2 down. If he'd had some speed there, that could have been a hit.
Yeah, he would have had to, before he would have forced Chase to charge it and maybe get it on the in-between hop, but he was able to wait back, get the big hop, and still throw the Roach out.
And that's one of those aspects of the game that often gets overlooked. How speed can force the issue, force errors. You can use a tennis term in baseball, a forced error. Guys like Jimmy Rollins have the ability to do that, and often do. Scott Thorman. Remember, we broadcast his major league debut a few weeks back on Sunday Night Baseball. And he chased that one. It's 0-2. He's from Cambridge, Ontario. And he was hitting a lot of home runs in the minor leagues. Former Canadian national baseball team player in the Olympics 2004. Scott Thorman, 24 years old, in the big leagues, and he's hit 4 home runs in only 61 at bats. So he's got some genuine power, and he's been able to display that in the big leagues. 2 down, nobody on. Thorman playing left field tonight. Oh, there's that cutter. Strike 3. Ryan Howard, home run derby champion, and a chance to win the home run title in the National League. He'll follow Pat Burrow when we come back.
I need your half of the cable bill. I'll come back. Me and Zagar were set up to be roommates through potluck. Dude, I got pizza. Zagar, what are you doing? I'll tell you, that guy's full of surprises. But he's worked out as a roommate for one reason. We both love Bud Light.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Zagar, where's Chester?
I've been to Newark, Hackensack, 3 meetings back to back.
Conference in Maine, put faces to names.
Seminar, Lombard, big stack of business cards.
Stayed at Comfort Suites, got a hot breakfast free.
Warehouse inventory, Foreman had a funny story.
Big meeting, New Rochelle, told my boss all went well.
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
To get 3 free nights at these Choice hotels, get the no annual fee Choice Privileges Visa credit card. For reservations and more details, visit choicehotels.com. Choice Hotels. We'll see you there.
He's no longer in white pants. He's now wearing...
You've seen how they play.
There we go. Oh, big puppy!
Now see how they live.
What's up, yo? This is David Ortiz.
With AT&T Home Turf, visit seehowtheylive.com for exclusive access into your favorite players' worlds.
Yeah, I saw that.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Tonight, Citizens Bank Park on a beautiful night in Philadelphia. It had the heat and humidity like just about everywhere else we've been lately in the Midwest and in the Eastern Seaboard. But after a huge day of rain yesterday that washed out the game, seems to have taken a lot of that heat and humidity with it. A beautiful day and evening here in Philadelphia at this beautiful yard. I'm John Bella with Joe Morgan and Duke Castiglione, and here comes Pat Burrell to lead off against Horacio Ramirez, and then Ryan Howard right behind him. Burrell into right field, into right center. Francour's got a great arm, cuts it off. Burrell is not a fast runner and will hold with a single, and now Howard is coming up. Ryan Howard got kind of an easy and very confident stride to the plate.
That's what we were talking about. A lot of people were comparing him to Willie McCovey. Not their swing, but his demeanor. McCovey was kind of slow and took his time to do things in the batter's box, and Ryan Howard seems to walk to the plate the same way.
And Howard. They were concerned about maybe the home run derby doing something to his swing, but he came right out, hit 3 home runs in the first 3 games or something after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
0-1 the count to him. He's got 31 homers, 78 runs batted in. He's only behind Albert Pujols of the Cardinals in all of the National League for home run hitting. That's dribbled foul over to Aaron Rowand on deck. He won the Century 21 Home Run Derby the night before the All-Star game and hit some truly epic blasts over the hitter's backdrop there in Pittsburgh. He won somebody a lot of flights. 23 homers in the Home Run Derby. Phillies have won 2 straight Home Run Derbies. That's a bloop into center field. Base hit. Burrow will stop at second base. As Langerhans is up with it.
Well, he has a nice, easy swing. Even in the Home Run Derby, he wasn't over swinging. He's got a smooth swing. He doesn't really jump at the ball. And it's a good pitch by Ramirez, but he's so strong, he fights the ball off on the inside part of the plate. And being strong as he is, he able to muscle this ball into center field for a base hit. Good pitch by Ramirez. The only thing he probably could have done better was get it up a little bit, but he got it right on the inside edge.
So 2 men on, nobody out. And here is Aaron Rowand, who won a World Series ring as the center fielder for the Chicago White Sox last year. And that cutter inside. 1 ball and no strike. Now, the Phillies, Chase Utley has been excellent in the clutch. Bobby Abreu has done a lot of damage in the clutch, but just about nobody else has. That's been a problem for them, hitting only .243 as a team in these kind of at-bats. Pop-up foul. Bedami goes out, but that one is in amongst the spectators, out of play. It is a ball and a strike. There's Charlie Manuel, the manager of the Phillies, and he has come under a lot of criticism for the Phillies' poor play, but Pat Gillick, the general manager, has said that he feels that Charlie's going to be the man, at least for the rest of this year.
And I think that's only fair. Give him a shot at righting this ship. Kind of like the same situation in Chicago with Dusty Baker. I think you owe it to Dusty, who's done a great job there, in Chicago. Give him the chance to turn that team around. And I think the Phillies owe it to Charlie Manuel the same way, because he's done a good job since he's been here.
Well, the last time we were here is right about the time they had gotten hot.
Right, they started off.
And they really stayed hot for a couple of weeks. That is foul.
I think they won 13 out of 14 games, John.
They won 13 out of 14 from the end of April until mid-May. And at the end of that stretch, they were only 1 game behind the Mets in the East. Since then, only 22 wins and 35 losses. And that is the second worst record in the majors since mid-May. Up and in. 3-2.
One of the things I've always talked about is that when you have a hot streak like that, 13 out of 14, you're going to have a losing streak, because you can't play 900 baseball, so to speak, for a long period of time. And I think you see that around the league. You see a lot of teams get hot, win games, and then you see them cool off and lose a few games in a row.
3-2, and he struck him out.
That was a good location on that pitch. Everything was away, and then he comes in tight on him, and Rowan wasn't able to handle it. We saw him going, see fastball in. You see the setup right there, and he hits the target. Excellent pitch. He had been away the 2 previous pitches, and all of a sudden he came in tight on Rowan, and Rowan wasn't able to handle it.
And here comes David Bell. Bell 4 for 4 in the game here on Friday night. And in the last 6 games, he had 14 hits. So he's got his best streak of the year going on right now. Hitting .560 in the last 6 games. The Phillies, by the way, won 4 of those last 6, which is about the best stretch they've had since the middle of May.
Well, one of these teams will get closer to the Mets, since the Mets lost today. But they'll still be 12.5 behind the Mets.
The Mets seem to be in pretty good shape right now.
And they're about to get Pedro back. Pedro said he felt good the other day. So I really think the Mets are the best team in the league when they're all healthy. But, that's like all the teams have some injuries. So wants everybody get. I think the key, if you're the Major League Baseball, you want all the teams to get healthy, and let's see who's the best team win. And that's what just about every team's trying to do, get healthy.
That would be the most fun.
Yeah.
Up the middle, that's through, base hit. Bell comes through. Here comes Burrell, and he's going to be held. Burrell is not, like as we said, very fast, and Bill Dancy, the third base coach, decided to hold him up as Langerhans came up throwing.
Well, you were talking about speed and forced errors and all that stuff earlier, John. You know, you have to be able to score on balls hit back through the middle, ground balls, especially when you have to run, and the center fielder plays deep, so it's a longer throw for him, and the ball hits the top of the mound, which should slow it up a little bit. But you can see here they're waving him, then all of a sudden he stops him. But center fielders are playing deep. They have the longest throw to the plate, so you should be able to score.
Here's Lieberthal, and that is ball one. Lieberthal has had all kinds of injury problems this year, and Lieberthal is only playing in his 33rd game of the season, hitting .240 with runners in scoring position. By the way, David Bell now 7 hits in 12 lifetime at-bats against Ramirez. Bases loaded. Inside. 2-0. So Lieberthal gets ahead of the count here. He's never hit well in these situations for some reason.
And that's one of the things he hasn't done a lot lately, John, is patience. He's been, you know, swinging at pitches out of his zone, and he's showing a lot of patience here in this at-bat.
Burrell, Howard, and Bell, the base runners from third back to first. Along the right field line, that is slicing back into the crowd. And it's 2-1.
When you get a guy 2-0, you know, in this situation, you can kind of zone in on one spot. It's going to be a pitch away, and you can see the pitch is off the plate running away.
So he kind of helped him out.
Yeah, and that's what he's been doing. You know, hasn't been as patient as he should have been, but he was very patient on the first 2 pitches.
Could have made it 3-0. Yeah. 2-1. He goes out there again and chases one. That's back out of play. 2-2. So Ramirez, I give him credit for knowing his hitter there. And he had turned that one that was hit down the right field line. The ball had movement running away from Lieberthal. So coming in, it might have looked more like it's going to be over the plate than it ended up being. The pitcher, Brett Myers, on deck. 3 singles from Burrell, Howard, and Bell. The bases are loaded. They just got a piece of that one. Little cutter down and in.
Good pitch again from Ramirez after 2 running away. That's exactly what he did to Rowan. Ran 2 pitches away and then came down and in. Here it is, that cutter in again. Good job by Lieberthal to get a piece of. After 2 pitches away, we saw him strike Rowan out on the same pitch.
I don't want to put everything on Lieberthal's shoulders here, Joe, but yeah. Myers, the pitcher on deck, 1 hit, 33 at-bats this year. And a foul back out of play. So in other words, if he doesn't get anybody home here, the odds of Myers doing it are not very good. The Phillies are dead last in the National League as a team in batting average in these kinds of situations. 243. Burrell, Howard, and over at first base, David Bell. They're the runners. Bell, who a lot of times would have had himself an RBI without hitting the center. Foul back out of play. So Ramirez is not able to put him away, at least so far.
Good job by Lieberthal, because he is fighting off the pitches. He's not over swinging now that he has 2 strikes. He's just trying to make sure he puts the ball in play. And that's what you call situational hitting. And this, you know, your job now is to make sure you make contact.
This will be the 8th pitch of the battle between Ramirez and Lieberthal. The infield double play depth. A ground ball double play ends the inning with nobody scoring. 3 men on. That's hit softly. Renteria in time, but a run scores. Burrell in to score. Howard to third. Bell to second as Lieberthal grounds out but knocks in a run. Hit it so poorly, in effect, that it was very effective.
Well, he put the ball in play. I think that's the key. He did not strike out. He put the ball in play, which is what he was trying to do. Obviously, he wanted to hit it better than this, but good sinker away. And he chops it over Ramirez. And Renteria's only players to first base, but he does get the job done.
Here's Brett Myers. That's a fair ball. Adam LaRoche will take it to the bag, and Brett Myers 1 for 34 now as a hitter. Well, the Phillies get one out of all of that. On to the third inning. It is 1-0 Philadelphia over Atlanta.
For relaxation, exercise, or family fun, it's Century Pool, located behind Toys R Us in Moline. At Century Pool, every swimming pool is custom made to your specifications. In ground and above ground, we have it all. At Century Pool, we also carry all of the supplies you'll need to maintain your pool. You'll also find a huge selection of spas and hot tubs to relax in. See our large showroom and check out the new River Pool by Century that lets you swim in place at your own pace. Expertise, knowledge, and competitive pricing, Century Pool behind Toys R Us in Moline.
Confused who has the best nationwide wireless phone plan? With iWireless, get 1,000 nationwide anytime minutes for only $39.95. Or share 1,000 nationwide anytime minutes with free mobile-to-mobile calling for only $69.99. And add up to 3 more lines at $9.99 each. Both plans include free unlimited nights and weekends starting at 5 p.m. Plus cool phones including the new Nokia 6030 for just a penny and free text messaging for 2 months. Enjoy the world's largest all-digital wireless network. Why pay more? iWireless.
Pickup and SUV. Gasoline and E85 ethanol. Haul and tow. The all-new 2007 Chevy Avalanche, the most flexible vehicle out there.
The wheel goes round and round, we keep it moving, and it don't slow down. The wheel goes round and round, we keep it moving. Round and round. The wheel goes round and round, keep it moving. Oh yeah. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. The wheel goes round and round, round and round, goes round.
Sunday Night Baseball from Philadelphia. 1-0. The Phillies have gone ahead of Atlanta as we head to the third inning. The Braves coming up. A little bit later, we'll update the trade deadline and all of the talks and rumors that are flying around to Steve Phillips. And also, Joe will analyze that very potent swing of home run derby champion Ryan Howard. First ball swinging here, Ryan Langerhans, and Utley throws him out, 1 away. Langerhans in center field tonight in place of the injured Andrew Jones. And here in the concourse downstairs, the home run derby trophy and the jerseys that Ryan Howard wore during the home run derby, and a life-size portrait of Ryan himself.
And they had a little figurine there, bobblehead figurine. They're going to give him away on Wednesday.
There's ball 1 to Horacio Ramirez.
I think that's great what they did to show that, put that on display.
Yeah.
You know, for the fans to get a chance to see.
Well, it's nice of Ryan to agree to put it out there, because that would look pretty nice on his trophy case at home. Ryan Howard, he's from the St. Louis area. Grew up a great fan of both Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Bonds. He said for obvious reasons.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad choice.
As a left-handed hitter himself. And he said, he also loved the Cardinals. And he said when he was a young kid, they didn't have the ESPN Sunday night package yet, and so the Cardinals were the only games he'd see on television. Where he could go to a game and whatnot. Curveball, and it just kicks foul. Howard over to pick it up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ryan Howard said he also loved guys like Vince Coleman and Willie McGee and Terry Pendleton, who is in the ballpark tonight as the hitting instructor for Atlanta. There's a guy admiring Ryan Howard's trophy and the home run derby jerseys being shared with the Phillies fans in the concourse downstairs. 2-2 the count. Curveball, strike 3 call. Brett Myers throws the big hammer in there for the first time.
Well, the one thing I expect to see the second time through is guys attacking at first pitch, because he's getting ahead of the hitters, and he's finishing them off. Nice overhand curveball to Ramirez. But a lot of these guys, he's getting ahead, and he's throwing strikes, so you're not going to see a lot of guys want to be patient enough to hit from behind in the count. As you see right there, they're going to start attacking that first pitch. Of course, Giles tried to attack the first pitch the first time around.
Giles called out on strikes ultimately in that first at bat. 2 down, nobody on. Between innings, we're going to check in after a 60-second break. We'll be checking in with Steve Phillips, former general manager of the Mets, now with ESPN and Baseball Tonight, and he'll run down some of the updates on possible trades. A few trades have been made here the last few days. San Francisco ended up acquiring Shea Hillenbrand.
And I think that's really going to help the Giants. There you see Pat Gillick
up in the second row there.
That's Pat. I think that Hillenbrand is going to really help the Giants, I believe, John. Very smart move on Giants' part.
1-2 the count to Giles. Strike 3 call.
He's bringing it.
That is 6 strikeouts in the first 3 innings for Myers. The Phillies lead 1-0 with Rollins, Utley, and Abreu coming up. Now, in 60 seconds, trade deadline update. The deadline in 8 days with Steve Phillips. Back in 60.
The Audi Q7, the SUV from the creator of Quattro.
You know those dreams where someone's after you? You do everything you can to get away. But they keep coming and coming. Man, I love those dreams. NCAA football 2007.
Rated E for everyone.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Scott Reese, Steve Phillips in our Major League Baseball studios. And Steve, we are 8 days from the trade deadline, and the Phillies, one of those teams that are sort of caught in the middle. Could be buyers, could be sellers. What are you hearing?
Well, I talked to Pat Gillick today, and he says they will buy or sell depending upon the deal. I think 5.5 games out of the wild card, they're kind of caught in between, where they want to keep the appearance that they're in the race and going to go for it, but they want to remake this club. And they've made it clear to everybody out there as to who will be available if they're going to sell. A list that would include Bobby Abreu, Pat Burrell, David Bell, John Lieber, Corey Lytle, possibly some others on the team, David DeLucci. So they're out there shopping around. They're listening is what Pat Gillick said. What he said, though, was that if they don't make trades now, before next year, come opening day, there will be some dramatic changes on this team. What we're hearing, the Cardinals most interested in Bobby Abreu and Pat Burrell. They're looking for offense. Those two guys are at least options for the Cardinals and some others. The Detroit Tigers expressed some interest in Bobby Abreu, but since have backed off, looking more at the Dave DeLucci type as Dimitri Young has come back. So, John and Joe, that's at least what we're hearing right now on the Philadelphia Phillies situation.
All right. Many thanks, Steve. And we'll be checking back in with Steve a little bit later.
Steve called Pat Gillick. You talked to him, and we talked to him in person. He stopped by to say hello. Patrick and I started together in Houston organization.
So, I mean, Pat used to be a player?
No, he was in the front office at Houston when I played there. Actually, he was just starting out.
That's right. He's way older than you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was just starting out. But he was actually just starting in his, to be a personnel kind of guy.
Yeah.
Learned a lot, I'm sure, working there in Houston.
1 ball and 1 strike. The count to Jimmy Rollins facing Horacio Ramirez. Rollins was robbed. I mean, he's not robbed of an extra base hit by Wilson Benavides, the third baseman for the Atlanta Braves. Made a brilliant play, which, I mean, in a tight ball game, that's a huge play.
Well, especially leading off the ball game with an extra base hit.
Left center, but in the park there is Thorman, the left fielder. One away.
This ballpark played really small, last year. They actually moved the fences back in left field. They moved them back 5 feet and raised the fence 2.5 feet. So some of the home runs are not, that were hit last year are not home runs this year. They got 5 feet more distance and 2.5 feet higher from that point there to there.
The Phillies have actually hit more home runs on the road this year. In 2 fewer road games, they've hit 6 more homers on the road than they've hit here at home, which is not the way it's been since this ballpark opened. This was just an outstanding home run hitter's park. A little bit of a breeze blowing in tonight that could knock a ball down too.
Yeah, according to Ruben Amaro Jr., who came in with Pat Gillick, he said that they keep track of those things, about 18 balls.
That ball is into the alleyway, left center field, and up against the wall by Chase Utley. Langerhans plays the carom as Utley is into second with a double. Utley with his hitting streak advanced up to 23 consecutive games. His 39th hit in that stretch. And he got this one against Ramirez, a guy who's tormented him.
Well, good job of going the other way. The target's away. You see where the pitch is? It's away. And he doesn't try to pull it. Nice short swing there. And he goes the other way with it. Ramirez turns down and in to strike him out in the first inning. He throws him away this time, and he goes that way. That's good hitting.
So Utley with a double, and he's got Chase's Chicks up there in the upper deck. I love the Phillies fans, Joe. They got spots in the other. There's Utley's Uglies as well, along with Chase's Chicks up there, competing Chase Utley fan clubs up there. Here is Abreu, and Abreu, he's been one of the Phillies, along with Utley, who has done well in these clutch at bats. That's why Abreu, who has only 8 home runs, has 64 runs batted in. He's hitting .341 with runners in scoring position. And he's just a good hitter all the way around. That is too low. But this year he's been better in the clutch even than otherwise.
And he's a very patient hitter.
Edgar Renteria of the Braves has had the longest hitting streak this season. And now Utley has tied that. Nomar had a 22. Chipper got a 20 in progress. Ooh, that was a tough pitch.
Beautiful pitch. And because it started like it was right there, and then all of a sudden it started sliding away. A little cut fastball. Watch. See, it starts in the middle of the plate. See where the ball started, and then it just, the bottom falls out of it. That's a good hard. He's calling it a cutter, but that's too big. That's a slider. It's more of a slider spin right there. You can see the hole in the ball as it spins.
That's too low. An appeal asked for by Ramirez, but the count is 2-2. Certainly didn't look like any kind of a swing. Pat Burrell on deck. The big hitters are up for the Phillies with Utley over at second. The Phillies leading already 1-0. There's Burrell. Abreu's got 64 RBIs. Burrell's got 64. Howard's got 78. Blew that one right by him.
Well, he's got really good deceptive motion with all of his pitches, John. I think that's why he's so effective. He can throw the fastball by you. He had him chasing that cut fastball or slider the pitch before, and he just reaches back and throws the fastball right by him. And this one's kind of coming back towards Abreu. It's kind of, see the rotation there is moving back towards him a little bit, and you can see he's late. So he's got good arm speed with all of his pitches.
Now Pat Burrell. He singled to right center and scored a run in the second inning. Now he's trying to pick up a run with Utley over at second base. Abreu could not move him up. Burrell, you know, Steve Phillips mentioned about Burrell, and the Cardinals seem to be very interested in Burrell. And Jerry Walker, the assistant to General Manager Walt Jocketty of the Cardinals, is here tonight. And there is apparently a lot of indication that the Cardinals are extremely interested in Pat Burrell. And Burrell has been pretty consistent in terms of, knocking in around 100 runs every year, year after year. But with 2 down and a runner in the scoring position this year, hitting only 120, which is the situation right here. And that is at the knees with a slider, and the count is 2-1. Now the catcher, McCann, is going to go out and talk to Ramirez. Pat Burrell. It's interesting, though, because, Burrell, he's not really a great outfielder because he's not very fast, doesn't steal bases. But on the other hand, I mean, he hits your 30 homers and gets 100 RBIs every year, too.
Yeah.
Six years with 20 home runs or more in succession. Out of the University of Miami. Hartley over at second base. That's right to the shortstop. Renteria got plenty of time. And so it goes for Burrow in those big at-bats with runners in scoring position. 1-0 Philly after 3.
We all want the best value for our dollar, and at B&B Drain Tech, you get just that. With state-of-the-art equipment, emergency 24-hour service, and the fastest, cleanest service available, B&B Drain will wash your sewer and drain problems down the tubes without draining your wallet. B&B Drain Tech, your sewer and drain cleaning specialists.
All wireless stores are not the same, and none are better than That Wireless Store. What wireless store? That Wireless Store, with locations in the Quad Cities, Galesburg, Dubuque, Burlington, Cedar Rapids, and Peoria. Right now, sign up for service at any That Wireless Store and get a free Razor phone, up to 4 additional phones, and plans starting as low as $39.99. That Wireless Store. What wireless store? That Wireless Store, offering you service for Verizon, Sprint, or Nextel, with 7 locations in Iowa and Illinois. Visit one today.
Residential or commercial, B&B Drain Tech does it all. Sewer jetting, TV camera inspection, 24-hour emergency service, septic and grease trap pumping, tree root removal, sinks, tubs, and floor drains. B&B Drain Tech, your one source for all your sewer and drain problems.
More Albert Pujols stuff?
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
It's simple. One family, one vehicle. The all-new Chevy Suburban with seating for up to 9 and an estimated 21 miles per gallon highway. Suburban, an American revolution. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by Bridgestone, passion for excellence.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, our 17th season. Beautiful night in the summer here in Philadelphia. The Phillies won, the Braves nothing. We go to the 4th inning. The Braves tonight playing without their 2 great superstars, Chipper Jones and Andrew Jones. Edgar Renteria is in there, though, and he belts one deep into left center. That one is going to tie it up into the bleachers. A home run. Edgar Renteria with a long home run, his 11th of the year, and it is 1-1.
What a difference a year makes. And as I said before, they're going to start going after that first pitch because they do not want to get in the hole because Myers was overpowering them. But what a difference a year makes. I mean, this is the Renteria that we saw in St. Louis all those years. Clutch hitter, good player, high average, and there it is. First pitch fastball pretty much in the middle of the plate. He gets it right out on the sweet spot, and no doubt about it.
Here's Wilson Benamit. And a foul out of play off to the left. Benamit hit a double his first time. That's a big fly, Bill.
That's a big fly. You see Burrell just kind of trots toward the area, and Rowan just kind of look up. That's pretty deep out there.
That was headed for downtown. And you go back beyond where he hit that ball, and you can see the city skyline down in Center City. Wow. Brett Myers got that one to Howard, and kind of surprised Ryan with that little bit of a high lob, but he held it. Nice reaction.
Kind of shows he's got good hands there at first base. Good reactions to that.
Benamit runs pretty well, and that one just a little shovel off to Howard.
Well, Howard thinks, watch when Myers gets to it, Howard thinks that he's going to pick it up and run over, and then all of a sudden he's got to make the catch. He thinks that he's going to run with it.
He barehanded it.
Yeah.
Look at this.
He wasn't even on the bag. He thought he was going to run it down himself, but it's a way to be alert.
Well, and probably he should have just scooped it up and run to the bag.
Well, that's what a lot of pitchers do. But
here's McCann. And that changeup is in the dirt to McCann, who struck out his first time, one of 6 strikeouts recorded by Brett Myers in the first 3 innings of this game. Brett Myers, who will turn 26 next month. That ball is belted to center field. Rowan going back. And that was out to 2.
Myers, earlier in the ball game before Renteria, broke up the shutout. Watch these pitches. I mean, he's not in the middle of the plate. He's getting a little help from Jerry Mills, the home plate umpire, but in most cases, he's getting more help from the hitters who are going out of the zone. But I mean, he is right on the edges. Look at this. All these pitches are on the edge or right off. And that's the key. The pitch to Renteria, of course, is right in the middle of the plate. And he hit it out of the ballpark.
And back to live action. The curveball to Jeff Francoeur misses. Francoeur, one of those strikeout victims, back in the 2nd inning. He's been starting off the hitters mostly with first pitch strikes. And then Francoeur with a pop-up. Howard comes over, but no chance to get to this one off the roof of the dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike. Brett Myers arrested outside of Fenway Park June 23rd, a month ago today. He pleaded not guilty to assault charges at his arraignment in Boston Municipal Court. He was charged with hitting his wife in the face. He then later, although he pitched the next day at Fenway Park, man, that bat just explodes with Francoeur.
Well, we know that one wasn't down the middle.
Francoeur thrown out by Brett Myers. Now stay tuned. In 60 seconds we'll get more from the Trade Rumor Central. Baseball Tonight's Steve Phillips. Steve Phillips back in 60.
And as you'll see from our 3rd quarter earnings, our performance is on the rise.
That's amazing. He didn't even flinch.
Yeah, typical cage fighter.
What?
He does this as a sideline. He'd rather be gouging somebody in the eye or putting his knee in somebody's kidney.
Dead?
Yeah, he has a bumper sticker that says, "I'd rather have you in a chokehold."
He's like 5'7".
He's a bad man.
Another day, another billion in big business loans.
Sir, there's something on your shoe. Good morning. If I could just have a minute of your time, we'll see that my business insurance are on a profit. We're planning it to double our...
Give me a pencil.
Space my legs for the last 2 days. What's he want? A loan or something? Hey, oh! Look, he's got a business plan.
Does your bank think small about your small business? Call Capital One instead for no-hassle business loans, lines of credit, and credit cards.
Hello, Capital One.
What's in your wallet?
Scott Reese, Steve Phillips back in the studio. And Steve, last inning we talked about what the Phillies might do before the deadline. What about the Braves, who are suddenly sneaking back into this thing?
Well, it's interesting. It's a little bit different for the Atlanta Braves. Both teams are 5.5 games out of the wild card race, but the Braves are just strictly buyers. They're not buying and selling. They're looking to buy. Now, they've already bought a closer in Bob Wickman from the Cleveland Indians, which was a big deal for them. They had really struggled at the end of the game. They're still looking for pitching. John Sherhole says, we know our offense can't sustain this level of performance, particularly with Chipper Jones and Andrew Jones now banged up a little bit. They need to get some more pitching. They need Tim Hudson to pitch a little better as well. But one of the interesting things is there aren't many sellers when it comes to pitchers. So what you're seeing is buyers matching up with buyers. There's a rumor the San Diego Padres, who just got Scott Williamson from the Cubs, might talk about Scott Linebrink, one of the relievers, for a Wilson Bettamy, and in a deal possibly to where you could move some infield, move some bat, and bring some pitching in. So that's what we're hearing right now in the Braves, guys. Back to you.
All right, so the Braves, and here they have a record almost identical to Philadelphia's, but they've been rather hot lately. They won 11 out of the last 15, even with a loss here on Friday. And for the Phillies, the hot streak only goes back 6 games, and even then just 4-2. But they have been real cold for 2 months.
Well, and the other part of that is the Braves have won 14 consecutive division titles. You have a winning attitude, you have a winning state of mind, so you figure that your players are able to turn it on a little quicker from, after starting off slowly.
Ryan Howard, big curveball from Ramirez, and the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Howard hit a single into center field his first time, part of that 2nd inning rally that got them a run, but now the game is tied at 1. Howard, Rowan, and Bell coming up.
You have to give Ryan Howard a lot of credit, John.
Into the hole at short and off the glove. Renteria got to it, couldn't handle it. It was going to be a tough play to get Howard anyway.
Definitely, because he got out of the box well, and I'm not sure, but that's probably going to be a base hit. But I was going to say you got to give him a lot of credit, John, because when you look at a guy like him, he gets out of the box well. It's a tough play for Renteria because he was playing him up the middle. You see he has to go deep in the hole to try to make the play, and he's not able to do it. Gets out of the box well, and they gave him a base hit.
Here's Aaron Rowand. I mean, if he'd got to that ball, he would have had to hurry. This could be two. They to meet the second one. Giles to first. A double play. So Ramirez kind of takes the heat off of Renteria there. In the wild card in the National League, it's really a wild race. Cincinnati, the Giants lost to San Diego today, so they're now a half game out of the West, so they're second in the wild card. Arizona lost, and they're a game and a half out. The Dodgers, they've been losing almost every day since the All-Star break. Then Houston, Milwaukee, Colorado, Atlanta, Philadelphia. And the big problem for Atlanta or Philadelphia, when you're talking about the wild card, look at all the teams ahead of them. I mean, you not only have to do a lot of winning to gain ground, you have to have a lot of teams do a lot of losing as well. David Bell singled his first time. Although Andrew Jones, Joe, he has a solution for all of that. He says, wild card, I think we're going to win the first place. We're going to win the East.
Well, that's good positive thinking.
And they've never done anything but that ever since he's been in the big leagues. He knows nothing other than finishing in first place. But they were 13.5 when the day began. The Braves started out poorly. Then they got hot into late May. But then look at that. 3-20 from late May until 3 weeks deep into June. 3-20. And we saw them during that stretch. And everything just disintegrated. But since then, 15-8, and more recently, they've won 11 out of the last 15. So, but that had not gained them a whole lot of games against the New York Mets. 0-2 the count. So they're going to have to be unbelievably hot from here till the end if they're going to catch the Mets, that's for sure. But they don't have so many teams in front of them in terms of going after the Mets as they do in the wild card. Horacio Ramirez, 2 down and nobody on. David Bell has had 7 hits in 12 lifetime at-bats against him, including a single to center in the second inning tonight. And another base hit for Bell. Just can't get Bell out, although lately nobody else can either. Bell is really hot. 16 hits in his last 27 at-bats.
Well, it looks like the fastball away, and he goes the other way with it. He wasn't trying to pull it. You can see his hips they don't even open. Watch, see his hips don't open. He just kind of pushes it to right field and finds a hole on the right side. Most right-handed hitters who have success against left-handed pitching will stay back through the middle, left center, right center. They don't try to pull the ball that much.
Lieberthal knocked in the Phillies run with an infield out. The bases loaded, softly hit ground ball to short back in the second inning. 1-1 in the last of the fourth. Phillies, after losing the first game after the All-Star break in San Francisco, won the next 2 games there. Then had a come from behind win against Trevor Hoffman in San Diego Wednesday, and then beat Atlanta here on Friday. So they won 4 times in the last 6 games. And they've looked really strong in doing it. The big guys have been hitting. Pitching has been much better. And they do have some pretty good pitching at the end of games, Joe. I mean, guys, veterans like Real Cormier, the lefty, and the closer, Flash Gordon. That's a strike. 2-1. And Cormier on the right-hand side there, out in the bullpen. Cormier's having one, maybe his best year this year. Aaron Foltz was right behind him, another lefty. They got lots of lefties in that bullpen. 2-1 the count. Left center field. And Number 3, Thorman, out there to get it. Lieberthal retired. On to the 5th inning. Adam LaRoche coming up. It is 1-1 in Philly.
The Firestone Indy 400 next Sunday at 3:30 Eastern on ABC.
What happens when a beer starts out this cold? It ends up this refreshing. The frost brewed taste of Coors Light. Taste the cold.
Baby Ruth is the candy bar for baseball guys. Guys who like peanuts, nougat, and caramel every bit as much as a grand slam. And if you're a woman who likes that stuff, want to go to a ball game? Baby Ruth from Nestle, official candy bar of Major League Baseball.
My kids call me the finisher. Finish up in there.
Okay.
Finish your homework?
Yes.
Finish your vegetables. Something I thought I was finished with? Managing my acid reflux disease. I thought it was just bad heartburn, but my doctor said over time, stomach acid was damaging the lining of my esophagus. She prescribed Nexium. Said I needed more than heartburn relief. My esophagus needed repair. One prescription Nexium pill a day not only relieves my heartburn, it healed erosions in my esophagus. So I don't just feel better, I am better. And with the Purple Plus program, I get advice on nutrition, exercise, even ways to save on Nexium. My doctor did say headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain could be side effects of Nexium, and other serious stomach conditions may still exist.
Talk to your doctor about the healing purple pill.
I tell him you shouldn't do anything halfway. Let's finish up.
If you're without prescription coverage and can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Being a switch hitter, that's a rare commodity in this day and age. Growing up, I was a big Dodger fan. I would go out and imitate the lineup. Kenny Landreau came up, I had to hit left-handed. When Steve Garvey came up, I hit right-handed. And that's where I learned. I take great pride that the other team doesn't want to see me to the plate. They know that I'm going to be a tough out. I live for this.
Catch Major League Baseball all season long on ESPN. Don't miss it.
It's ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia on a beautiful July evening. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Duke Castiglione. Atlanta 1, Philadelphia 1. Everyone's seeing Phillies nationwide. That's what ESPN stands for tonight. All right, good work. And a shirt sleeve crowd tonight. But not one of those hot, oppressively hot, humid like we had in Chicago last week. This beautiful night in Philadelphia. And here's Adam LaRoche leading it off for Atlanta. Again, the Braves having to do without Chipper Jones and Andrew Jones tonight against the Phillies' best starter, Brett Myers, who's making his first start in Philadelphia, his second start overall. He pitched 7 strong innings in San Francisco last weekend. Is into deep right center field, and Rowan is going to have to chase it up against the wall in front of the bullpen. And Adam LaRoche is into second with a stand-up double. Well, we're sorry not to see Chipper Jones, who's hitting .526 for the month of July. And it's late July now. .526, and Joe talked to him about that before the game.
How do you hit 500 for a whole month? I play with a lot of good players, but I've never seen a player hit 500 for the whole month. I'm serious.
It's been a fun little role. You know, I do my homework on my pitchers. You know, I go in, I watch a lot of film, I watch previous starts, I go on past history, how they try and get me out, and I form a game plan off that. I go, and it just seems like I'm riding a wave right now where I look for a certain pitch in a certain situation, and 90% of the time I'm getting it, and I'm fundamentally sound right now, and I'm just not missing.
Yeah, just not missing.
I think that's the key. He's not missing the pitches he's getting to hit. That's what happens when a guy does get in a streak, but not one at 500.
You know, within that streak, he had another streak where he was even hotter. 14 straight games where he had at least one extra base hit in every game. That had only been done one other time in baseball history, and that was 79 years ago by Paul Wainer, one of the Wainer brothers with the Pirates. 14 straight games with an extra base hit in every one of those games, and often more than one. Scott Thorman is gone, one away, and he did not move LaRoche over to third base. Big strikeout there for Myers. Atlanta in July hitting .341 as a team. And more recently, since the All-Star break, they're averaging nearly 10.5 runs a game since the All-Star break. And look at those numbers in July. And now Lagerhans with a count of 2-0 with the pitcher up next. But that's a big strikeout for Brett Myers to get Thorman. I mean, there's hitting .341, hitting home runs, scoring a bunch of runs, but in a tight ball game sometimes when you're missing your two superstars, you need to get that ground ball to the right side and move that runner over to third. Burl on the run. And he gets there, but that would have brought LaRoche home if he had been at third base, and the Braves would have gone ahead right there. 2 down. And I'm not blaming Scott Thorman for him. I mean, Brett Myers, he got great stuff tonight.
Well, he saw he was having trouble with the breaking ball, and he just threw in 3 of them and got him out.
2 down, and here is Horacio Ramirez. Ramirez called out on strikes his first time. One ball, no strikes to Ramirez. LaRoche led off the inning with a double, but he's still at second base, and Myers have been tough to make contact against ever since. A ball and a strike. Myers at 4 2/3, 7 strikeouts. He has not walked anybody. Myers over to Howard, and that's the inning. LaRoche stranded. Myers will be coming up, then the top of the order with Jimmy Rollins and Chase Utley. It is 1-1.
Whoa. These spicy chicken Crunchwrap Supremes are spicy.
Spicy and grilled, so they're good to go.
Spicy and good to go. Have a sip of my soda. Or so tasty, I'm good to go get another one.
Or good to go get a job.
The new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme. Shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices with melty, crunchy, cool Taco Bell tastes. Loaded into a flour tortilla and grilled so it's good to go. For a spicier way to go, think outside the bun.
We have on the suspect. Between fountain hat and a bright red sweatshirt. He's no longer in white pants. He's now wearing...
We're prepared for everything. But not this. Follow me. Stay together.
I got it, Sarge.
So he did go down there. And did he go in the buildings?
I got 2 cops found in the middle of the rubble, still alive.
We'll make it well.
We're not leaving you. You are our mission.
World Trade Center. Rated PG-13. August 9th.
Before it became my pride, it was my passion.
Prepare to enter the atmosphere. Okay, we have parachute online. Just have a picture right now.
Now, if there is life, the Dutch will find it.
What is he doing? What is that?
Now we wait.
Braves won, Phillies won. Last of the 5th inning, Brett Myers at the plate, and Brett Myers in the middle of controversy and allegations made of attacking his wife in Boston back a month ago. And let's go down to Duke Castiglione for more on that.
All right, John, I had a chance to meet with Dickie Knowles today. He's in charge of the Employee Assistance Program for the Phillies, and here's what he told me. He said Brett Myers has been in total compliance with the program. And he also said, and I quote here, Myers has taken full responsibility for his actions, and that is the first step to getting better. I asked him what type of counseling Myers was undergoing. He said, the issue at hand. That's what he's undergoing counseling for. I asked him, what else? He said, I can't go into any more details because of confidentiality reasons. He also said that the Phillies, as a group, have been meeting, as a team, have been meeting with a local anti-domestic violence group, and that the players and the staff are getting counseling. Myers has a pretrial date set for August 4th in Massachusetts.
All right, Duke, so that's the latest information concerning Brett Myers, who is making his first appearance in Philadelphia since the night in question a month ago. He was on the inactive list for 2.5 weeks. Jimmy Rollins. And that's a little bit low to Rollins, who has been robbed of a hit by Wilson Benameet and then flied out to left center his last time. He's 0 for 2. 1-1 the score in the 5th inning. Horacio Ramirez on the hill. Now the long throw by Renteria, not in time, not against a guy like Rollins. You're not going to get Rollins from there.
Nice try, but as you said, you can't get the speedy Rollins from that deep in the hole. And it was a couple of high bounces too. The ball wasn't hit that sharply. Watch, see, 2 high bounces. And by the time he gets to Renteria, he's on the edge of the outfield grass. He gets rid of it quickly, but not even close at first base as J. Roll runs it out and gets an infield hit.
J. Roll. So now Rollins is at first base, and we'll see if he can get some kind of a jump. This is the kind of a game where a base stealer can turn a game around. And he steps off the slab a la Terry Mulholland. Makes that snap throw to first. Rollins is back.
If you can make that throw, because it's very difficult to put, you got to have a strong arm, you got to be able to control it. But if you can make that throw, it really helps keep the base runner off balance.
And that's at the knees for a strike to Chase Utley. But these are the guys now, if he can get himself over to second base, you got Utley and Abreu, 2 of the best RBI men in the Phillies, to try and knock him in. And these are the 2 guys who've hit well with runners in scoring position for the year. Here's Abreu on deck. And he doesn't seem to be flinching too much back to first base, Joe, and on that move by Ramirez.
Well, he could have a one-way lead, meaning he's not leaning towards second, he's not moving towards second. He's going back on any move that comes that way. A lot of times you get a one-way lead, that way you can't get picked off. See how he's leaning a little bit more weight on his left side, which is back toward the first base bag. Then a lot of times you decoy, you just act like you're standing still, and then you take off on the first move. You lean back a little bit, and then you take off.
Now, what about now when it's 0-2?
Well, I'm not sure he can read Ramirez anyway, so that's the whole key.
Ramirez is going to make a move to first base. Now that's the first standard kind of a pickoff throw he's made in this go round.
Well, if you're the base stealer, that's the one you actually want to see, is that one.
2 strikes to count. Bobby Cox sending signals out to the catcher, McCann. There goes Rollins. He's into second. He got deep. He actually slid head first into second on a ball that was hit. And Utley is thrown out. Rollins is safely into second base. 2 down.
Well, after you saw that move once, he could read him, and he got a great jump. Utley, because it's 2 strikes, he had to swing at it, and he gets jammed. A nice play by Benameet to get the runner at first base, because Benameet comes in, picks it up, and fires. But you can see in the background also a good job by Ramirez running over to cover third base in case there was a play after that, after the throw.
Now Bobby Abreu. Abreu has grounded out and struck out. He's got another chance here with a runner in scoring position. The curveball from Ramirez for a strike.
That was a real good pitch for Abreu to hit right there. I don't know why he took that one, because that was a good pitch for him.
Well, and he takes a lot of pitches. He leads the league in walks. On the count.
See, that's what I mean. You got to hit the pitch that's there, because this guy's making some good pitches on Abreu. And you see there, I mean, he chases that one. And you're right, he does get a lot of walks. Here's the first pitch. Now, I mean, that's a good pitch to hit. That's in the middle of the plate. And this one obviously is not in the middle of the plate. It starts over the plate and breaks out, and he can't hold up.
So he's behind 0-2. Another breaking ball.
See, some at bats would get a runner in scoring position. You're only going to get one good pitch to hit. And if that's the first one, that's the one you swing at. And that first pitch was right in the middle of the plate, but he took it, and then he chased one. Now you see Ramirez staying out of the middle of the plate now. He's going to try to get him to go out of his zone.
And he did. Nicely done by Horacio Ramirez. And fans are a little upset now. The Phillies 1 for 7. Runners in scoring position. Top of the order coming up.
You like quality, real meat toppings, fresh dough, not frozen. You like fresh cut vegetables. I'm Papa John, and that's the way I like it too.
That's the way I like it. Call now or order at papajohns.com and we'll deliver.
Taste the difference. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Get our 10th birthday special. 2 medium one-topping pizzas for just $10. Make them large for $5 more.
Did you know there's no such thing as Canadian bacon in Canada? Scotland Yard is located in England. And French toast was invented in New York. So you shouldn't be too surprised that all 3 of these big Toyota models are assembled right here in the United States. In Indiana, actually. Just in case you want to look smart at a party.
Get 0% APR or $2,000 cash on Tundra. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Yes, more Albert Pujols stuff.
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
That is stunning. You gotta put that on the fridge.
Thank you.
For what?
For this, for everything. On my budget, most agents would have given up on me. You must have shown me 20 different places.
It was about 34.
That's a lot.
What's a few dozen places between friends?
Century 21.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by DHL. DHL, where customer service is back in shipping. And seductively smooth new Heineken Premium Light.
Sunday Night Baseball continues from Philadelphia. 1-1. Top of the order for the Braves now. Marcus Giles with a swinging strike one. Giles playing with a bad thumb, playing for the first time in 9 days, and he has struck out twice tonight against Brett Myers. Edgar Renteria and Wilson Benavides will follow. And that's a foul behind the plate. 0-2. And Joe, you know, it's been a very sad time, tragic circumstances in your family. Last week, Joe's sister, Glenda Morgan, passed away. The funeral was this past Wednesday, and I know all of us on the Sunday Night Baseball crew send our best wishes not only to you and our thoughts and our prayers, but also to your mom and the rest of your family.
Well, John, you know, my sister Glenda did pass away, and my family is very proud of her because, you know, she fought this battle, you know, against this crippling disease for a long period of time. She had diabetes, and she never complained. She was always very, you know, friendly and everything right till the end. And that's the bad news. But the good news is I have 2 lovely, wonderful sisters left, Linda and Glenn and Patricia. And, you know, it lets me go away and feel comfortable that they're taking care of my mom, who is, you know, home, obviously, you know, dealing with this. But it's been a good thing for our family to be able to come together and spend a lot of time, because all my brothers, all my sisters, we all live right there in the Bay Area, and we were able to spend time with my mom and help her to get, you know, past all this. So it's That's the bad news, but again, the good news, I still have 2 wonderful sisters left.
Well, we're glad to see you here with us tonight, and we know that your heart and your thoughts tonight and also last week were also at times elsewhere.
Yeah, that's true, but you know, I think it's as a healing thing for me to be, you know, doing what I love to do, and you know, being with, you know, people that I love being around. So it's been helpful for me to do the job as well.
And your mom, Ollie Morgan, keeping the Sunday Night Baseball ratings up all these years.
Yes, you're right. She's always watching.
Renteria retired. Now here's Scott Reese with a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
Okay, John, Tiger Woods has his 3rd claret jug and 11th major championship. He closed with a 5-under-67 to become the first player since Tom Watson to win consecutive British Open titles. And on the NASCAR circuit, Denny Hamlin completed the Pocono Sweep, blowing away the field at Long Pond. By the way, Tony Stewart black flag for intentionally wrecking Clint Boyd. Details on SportsCenter after the game and on your ESPN mobile.
Thanks, Scott. Strike 1 to Wilson Beidami, who is in there in the 3rd spot in place of the injured Chipper Jones, missing tonight's ball game with a strained oblique muscle. Beidami has hit a double and is hit back to the pitcher. By the way, we talked to Wilson before the game tonight and said, what's the proper way to pronounce your name? How do you say your name? And he said, Beidami. It's an accent on the final syllable.
And he said it so sharply. It was really, I mean, the way he said it, you know, it's very simple. I said, how do you pronounce your name? He said, Beidami. I mean, very quickly he gave it to me. And I said, great. Because we're trying to decide and make sure we pronounce your name correctly. Because I tell you what, we're going to be pronouncing his name for a long time because he is a good player.
Popped up, foul ground. David Bell's got a room on this one. And Beidami is retired. 6 strong innings from Brett Myers. The big hitters, Pat Burrell and then Ryan Howard, coming up when we return. It is 1-1.
The Audi Q7, the SUV from the creator of Quattro.
Stejně neumí plavat.
Your risks are always evolving. Shouldn't your insurance stay in sync? Travelers.
Give your engine what it wants. Always ask for Pennzoil.
I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. I keep my eyes wide open all the time. I keep the ends out for the tie that binds. Because you're mine, I walk the line. Because you're mine, I walk the line.
Back in Philadelphia. Braves won, Phillies won. Braves have only 3 hits so far against Brett Myers. Phillies have 7 hits, but just the 1 run against Horacio Ramirez. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. Duke Castiglione is also with us, and there is Horacio Ramirez. And Joe, he had to run real big trouble spot in the 2nd inning. Bases loaded, 1 out, but he got through that rather inexpensively. And he'd been throwing strikes most of the night. And that's a called strike now to Pat Burrell. A couple of power hitters coming up here. Burrell, who's got 20 home runs. And then Ryan Howard, who's got 31 right behind him. And that's a strike call to the inside. Unfortunately, with the Phillies, Joe, even though they're in the same spot in the standings as are the Braves, most of the talk around baseball concerning the Phillies has to do with players who might be traded.
Right.
And that's that's in the dirt.
Well, I think a lot of people think of the Phillies as underachievers, so to speak. You know, people thought that they were going to be, you know, maybe even first place at this time, you know, at the beginning of the year. You know, people didn't give the Braves a lot of chances of repeating for the 15th straight year as the division champions, but they did give the Phillies that distinction, and right now they're 13.5 games behind. So you're looking at them as underachievers, and I think they're deciding whether to turn the team over and try to build for the future or what they're going to do.
You see John Lieber sitting in the dugout, a veteran pitcher. And he's back from an injury that had him on the disabled list for quite some time. And he pitched this past Wednesday against the Padres. And Lieber on a good team.
Well, when healthy, he's a good pitcher. You're definitely right. I mean, when healthy, he's a pitcher. He knows how to pitch, and he knows how to pitch in the pressure situations as well, in playoff type atmosphere. So, I mean, if they decide to start trading people, I mean, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people looking at John Lieber. But, I mean, that's part of the problem. Everyone needs pitching, just about. I mean, you know, even the White Sox, they have great starting pitching, but they need bullpen help.
Look at that cutter to get Pat Burrell. One away, and here comes Ryan Howard, the young slugger.
Now, let's take a look at Ryan Howard. I want you to notice one little thing that he does. He'll start back with his upper body. Now, see how he rocks back? Now, that rocking motion, you know, he moves his head a little bit, which puts more emphasis on his timing, which he has great timing. And one of the things that it does, which works in his favor, John, is he doesn't get out in front of the ball. He's a little late sometimes, so he hits the ball to left center field as well. And he's so strong that he can drive it out of any part of the ballpark. And the one thing about him, too, he does not overswing. You know, if you watch him, you know, I watch him in batting practice, and then I watch him in the game, and their two swings are very similar. He is not, you know, overswinging, even when the game starts.
He's hit 2 singles tonight. One was an infield hit. And that is strike 2 called. A big curveball there from Ramirez.
And you can see there, he was trying not to stride. He's trying to let the ball come to him. And so he won't be fooled as much, but that was an excellent pitch right over the outside edge.
Another curve, down and away. Well, Ramirez seems determined not to throw him anything straight here, that's for sure.
Well, I think the one thing about Ramirez, he has proven that he's not afraid to throw the fastball in on these left-handed hitters either, though.
Another curve.
Those are 2 good pitches. 0-2 to a slugger like Howard. You do not want to make a mistake in a 1-to-1 ball game. So what do? You try to get him to chase. And both of those pitches were chaseable, you know, to use that word. I mean, but Howard laid off. I mean, those are good pitches. They both started in the strike zone.
Fastball. That's up the middle. Base hit. Well, he's kept them in the yard, but Howard is 3 for 3.
Well, he doesn't mind 3 singles and what bloop and whatever. But he pitched him pretty well. I mean, there's a breaking ball for a strike. Now, this one right off the outside corner. Right, that one 0-2. Here's the 1-2, similar pitch. Although he said he got it, I don't think so. And then he tried to jam it with a fastball, but you got to go up with that fastball. You can't throw it down. That's down. That allows him to catch up with it. If you're going to go inside with him, you have to go belt high and up, and he didn't get it up. But good hitting there by Howard.
So he's aboard for the 3rd straight time. Here is Aaron Rowan off the outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
And I think, you know, people need to give Howard a lot of credit, John, because they traded Jim Thome and made a spot for him. That put a lot of pressure on Howard to come through, and he's done that. Even though he was Rookie of the Year last year, you know, you weren't sure what the Phillies were going to do, but they made the right choice by trading Thome, who's helped the White Sox, and Ryan Howard has helped them.
Off the right field line and back out of play.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on him at the beginning of this season, you know, knowing Jim Thome was gone. And here's a guy that, you know, is capable of leading a team, and Thome has been doing that for the White Sox this year from opening day at a home run, which put a lot of pressure on Howard to start with, and you can see the numbers.
Michael Jack Schmidt in '79 had 31 homers at the All-Star break. That's a Phillies record. Jim Thome a couple of years ago had 28, and Ryan Howard had 28 this year at the break. So he's already in some select company in terms of home run hitting just in the first half of the season.
Got a long way to go to catch up with Michael Jack, though. 500+ home runs. I mean, he was a fabulous player.
Great third baseman, Gold Glove. At third, many, many times.
Steal bases. He was a complete athlete. He could really do it all. He could run. He could steal some bases. Excellent player. There you see the Phillies Hall of Fame.
He's in the Hall of Fame at Cooperstown.
Big one.
And also the Phillies Hall of Fame, as you might expect. Some other great names in the past for the Phillies. Dick Allen, Chris Short, the Pope, Paul Owens. He wasn't a player. He
was executive and a manager.
Being a manager that you got to the World Series.
Yeah, the year we played the Orioles, when the Orioles got lucky.
And he fired Pat Corrales in midseason that year. Pat Corrales is in the other dugout tonight as the bench coach for Bobby Cox. Mike Schmidt, 1980, set the Phillies all-time record with 48 homers. Chalmey came within one of that in 2003. Schmidt himself at 45 the year before, 79. Chuck Klein, a Hall of Famer, at 43 back in 1929. And they used to play the old Baker Bowl, which was like 290 feet to right field. And they had a 50-foot high tin wall in right field in those days. Ryan Howard, right now, his pace for home runs is 55. If he keeps hitting them as frequently as he has been. David Bell with 2 men on. And David Bell, this is not a guy that Ramirez wants to face the runners on base because he can't get him out. Bell is 8 for 13 lifetime against him. 2 for 2 tonight. And no Braves pitcher's gotten him out in this series. Bell is 6 for 6 in this series. In his hottest stretch of the year, 7 straight games with 16 hits in those 7 games. And it is a ball with a strike to David Bell. 16 hits, 27 at bats, a .593 average. Usually 7-game hitting streak is not even worth mentioning. Except when you got 16 hits, why, you're almost as hot as Chipper Jones, who's hit way over 500 in a 20-game streak. Look at that, .512 average in a 20-game hitting streak. Now it's 2-1 to David Bell. Base hit can put him ahead with Ryan Howard at second base.
It was interesting how Ramirez is pitching him now. I thought he would try to go in. He went in on the first pitch, but the next 2 pitches he's gone away. And the reason I say that is because Bell's approach has been to go back through the middle and the other way. So you try to force him to do something different. But the first pitch was in, the last 2 were away.
Ramirez struggling some here in this inning. This will be his 20th pitch of the inning. That's foul. And the Atlanta bullpen, they got a stirring out there. That's McBride, the left-hander, number 49. The right-hander. So they'll be ready if needed. 2-2 the count. Bell to third. Nice pickup by Benameet to second one. Giles, one hop to first. It's handled by LaRoche. Double play.
Great play by Benameet at third base. That's the second great play he's made tonight.
Man, that was something to see. The Braves still in a 1-1 tie. McCann and Francoeur coming.
You've seen how they play.
Oh! Albert!
Now see how they live.
Let's go inside.
With AT&T Home Turf, visit seehowtheylive.com for exclusive access into your favorite players' worlds.
You know those dreams where someone's after you? You do everything you can to get away. But they keep coming and coming. I love those dreams. NCAA football 2007.
Rated E for everyone.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Just look at Rob Machado when you know you'll never see anyone so happy to go to work. How he surfs in harmony. And those long, soulful lines he carves are the love letters he leaves behind. X Games 12 starts Thursday, August 3rd, live at 9 on ESPN.
And to think, somewhere, some poor guy is buying a minivan. Maybe accelerate your life. Log on to the Life Accelerator at Navy.com.
What happens when a beer starts out this cold? It ends up this refreshing. The frost brewed taste of Coors Light. Taste the cold.
There's undercover, and then there is which way is up.
This Friday.
You're afraid of violence. Violence is real expensive.
It's not how you get in.
We discovered my guys were undercover.
But how you get out. Miami Vice, rated R.
Motel6.com is the only place you need to go to find a great room at a great rate. Olay, 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 olay. The best place for the best rates is Motel6.com. We'll leave the light on for you.
Here comes Atlanta now into the 7th inning against Brett Myers. 1-1 the score. The curveball is too low to Brian McCann, with Chipper Jones and Andrew Jones both being absent because of injury from the lineup. McCann is in the cleanup spot, and he's hit like a cleanup hitter, especially lately. He had that one stretch, 5 straight games. He homered in all 5 of them. McCann, in his first full year in the big leagues, is hitting .346 this year, even though he's 0 for 2 tonight, with a strikeout and a deep fly ball to center. Curveball. Utley got time with the catcher running, and there is one away. So McCann is 0 for 3. What a double play that was to end the Phillies' 6th inning.
Well, this is the second great play by Bettamy. They finally come inside. They jam Bell, but he gets a tough hop. Look how quickly he gets the ball away, and look, perfect throw, chest high. Giles stays in there a little longer than he should, but now watch how quickly he gets rid of the throw. Now watch where the throw is. Right, perfectly thrown to second base.
0-1 to Francoeur, chasing that slider off the outside.
And watch the throw. Watch where it is. Perfect. Chest high for the second baseman. He wasn't able to get much on the throw because Rowan came in hard at second base, which he's supposed to do. But Giles does a good job, stays there, and gets rid of the throw.
Francoeur has struck out and hit one back to the pitcher in a broken bat. Right to Rollins. Francoeur is out number 2. Marcus Giles back in the dugout with Horacio Ramirez and his teammates, and he is telling him about how he got rid of that double play ball just before he got killed.
Well, a lot of guys, as we've talked about on the telecast a lot, second baseman, they stay at the bag. See, I believe you have to make yourself a moving target. You know, once you see it's a good throw, come to the throw and use the bag to protect yourself. You know, see how he stays there? If he comes this way, he can try to avoid the runner, but he stayed there, and that shows his toughness.
Increases his chances of getting hurt.
Yeah, he shows his toughness because he stays in there. But I think there's an easier way to show your toughness. Come across, get the ball, and get rid of it. But sometimes you want to make sure you make the catch, and then you get rid of the ball, because you have to make sure one first.
Ooh, good change up there from Myers, fooling Adam LaRoche.
See why he stays there? He could, if you come here to meet the ball, you can avoid some of that contact from the runner, and it helps you to get out of harm's way a little bit. But still a great play by both Bettamy and also Marcus Giles at second base. And make no mistake about it, you have to be tough to do what he did, to stay in there. You know, it's tough to stand in there and think and make the double play first and then worry about your body second.
Rollins has it. The throw out at first. The ball, I think, hit the mound and maybe slowed it up enough, but then Rollins with a brilliant pickup on a tough hop and turned it into the final out of the inning. That was a beauty.
Well, it's going to hit off the glove of Myers, and that's a tough hop. Look how short hop he catches it, and then fires a strike on the run.
And Myers gets an assist on the play. 1-1, middle of the 7th.
The off-road technology in the Toyota 4Runner also makes it safer around town, finally bridging the gap between Mountain Man and Valley Girl. Now lease a new 4Runner for just $299 a month or get 1,000 customer cash. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Look who's turning 29 in July. It only happens once, so we're throwing a bash to beat all others. Join us for birthday wishes all month long with new items from your favorite brands. Free shipping and handling. 24-hour super savings events every Tune-In Tuesday. And save big on birthday blowout values every night at 6. All with HSN's risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee. So close your eyes and make a wish during HSN's 29th birthday all this month.
Trey Wingo here to tell you that mobile ESPN is now available at Sprint stores. It's true, the new wireless service from ESPN that gives you the most comprehensive sports content on a phone is now even easier to get. Go to mobileespn.com to find a Sprint store near you.
Before it became our everyday, it was our someday.
At what point does a car become more than just glass, rubber, and steel? When does it become something you love? When does it become part of your family? At what point does a car become more than just a car? Introducing the all-new Toyota Camry for 2007. It's time to move forward.
Pressure. Enemy of engines. Enemy of pressure.
Ball one off the outside to Mike Lieberthal, the 8th place hitter for the Phillies, leading it off during the last of the 7th inning against Horacio Ramirez of the Braves. That one along the left field line, a long run for Burrow. Oh, no! I say Burrow, I beg your pardon, Thorman, the Atlanta left fielder. The Phillies are up. Lieberthal gets himself a base hit, and Thorman was playing in the gap.
Bad
left
positioning.
center.
That is horrible positioning there. I mean, that ball was a fly ball down the left field line, and he wasn't even close to it. They had him positioned over in left center field. In fact, he's moving that way now for Myers, but that's okay with a pitcher. But Lieberthal, he was way over in left center field to start with.
Gives Myers a chance to do something productive now as a hitter. Remember, he's had 1 hit in 35 at-bats this year. He does have a couple of sacrifice bunts, and that's ball one. Then you've got Rollins, the leadoff man, and Utley. So if he can bunt him over here, that gives the Phillies their best shot at getting a run to go ahead here. There's Rollins on deck. J-roll. Remember they used to have Kenny Lofton there for a while?
Yeah.
And then we saw in his shoes, K-Lo.
Well, who says nicknames are gone? You know, I mean, you know, J-Lo, K-Lo, A-Rod. I mean, you know.
A-Rod.
There are a few of them still around.
A-Rod, did you see that in the paper today in Philadelphia?
Yeah, I saw it.
The story that came out of it. He swings away. This might be two. There's one, and Renteria back to first to double play. And Edgar knew he could take his time with the pitcher running.
I have to tell you, that's bad luck on the part of the Phillies there. Because, I mean, he hits that ball any place else, it's a base hit. I mean, hit it right to LaRoche at first base. Now watch all the area he has to hit it into. He squares around. Now he straightens up. And I mean, and he hits this ball sharply. That ball's hit sharply. So anywhere else other than right at the first baseman, you know, he probably would have had a base hit.
Because those guys are all moving.
Everybody's moving.
Infield is wide open.
Yeah. So it was that's just bad luck on the part of the Phillies there.
Renteria breaks to cover second from short. The second baseman is breaking to cover first. Rollins takes a strike. It's 0-2 with 2 down and nobody out. That's the third double play turned by Atlanta in the last 4 innings back of Horacio Ramirez.
Well, you have to give Ramirez credit. He gets the ball on the ground. He gets him this chance.
And that's a base hit for Rollins.
And you knew that was going to happen. You knew that was going to happen as soon as they don't bunt him over and they turn the double play. You're going to get a base hit. Let's see, to watch, everybody's moving. Everybody will be moving around, and anywhere. I mean, if that ball's just anywhere to LaRoche's right, it's a base hit because he's in so shallow. And as you mentioned, he can take all day to make the throw to first base, and he does.
So the double play. But now Rollins gets the base hit. And Rollins is the 11th base runner for the Phillies. They've been able to get lots of base runners against Ramirez. But only one has scored out of 11 who've reached. And this is seems like a definite base stealing situation here. Chase Utley at the plate. And he took off on a 2-strike pitch with Utley up there in the 5th inning. But Utley swung at the pitch and grounded out.
He doesn't have as big a lead on this particular pitch as he had before.
Oh, timeout had been called at the plate. I'm looking right at our TV screen there.
Yeah.
I thought, wow, that was
a balk.
But timeout had been called at home plate. McBride, the left-hander, Paranto in the foreground, the right-hander in the Atlanta bullpen. Utley at the plate, running on first motion, and he's going to steal it without a throw.
Well, it's a good job by Rawlings, because I've always believed that it doesn't do you good to have speed if you don't use it. And in tight ball games, speed makes a lot of difference. That can change you, get you a win instead of a loss. But he's doing something. He's reading Ramirez very well, because he didn't just take off, John. He read that one. And the one thing you watch Ramirez, when he comes to the plate, he's got a shorter bend of his knee than he does when he was going to first base. You can see that if you're at first base, and Rawlings obviously could see it, and he took off.
Rollins' 22nd steal of the year. Utley takes the high curveball for a strike, so he's behind on the count, 0-2 now. We're in Philadelphia, Sunday Night Baseball. The Braves and the Phillies, game 2 of their series. It rained out here yesterday. John Miller, Joe Morgan, Duke Castiglione with you. And the Phillies had a run in the 2nd inning, driven in by Lieberthal. Renteria homered in the 4th inning. The Braves only run 1-1 here in the 7th. Utley chases a high fastball, and that will reach back and in amongst the spectators, and he stays alive with an 0-2 count against Ramirez.
Well, the one thing they're doing that's, surprising me, John, is they're taking that first pitch curveball from Ramirez. When he gets him in scoring position, Bobby Abreu, and same with Utley. They took that first pitch breaking ball, and then they end up swinging it a pitch out of the strike zone, as Utley did there. He was lucky that he didn't just pop that pitch up.
And the breaking ball. There is LaRoche, and that's the inning.
Good job by Ramirez.
They are 1 for 9 as a team. 1 hit, 9 at bats with runners in scoring position. Scott Thorman coming up.
People everywhere are experiencing a breakthrough. Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu, featuring the spicy chicken burrito with shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices to keep your stomach and your wallet full. Think outside the bun.
There's a reason these top drivers trust Q technology to help maximize power, success, and most importantly, their horses. Q, unleash all your horses.
For each of us, there's a moment of discovery. We see that all of life is elemental. And as we marvel at element bonding with element, we soon realize that when you add the human element to the equation, the chemistry changes. We find a way of seeing that gives us a way of touching. Issues, ambitions, lives. The human element. Nothing is more fundamental. Nothing more elemental.
Pickup and SUV. Gasoline and E85 ethanol. Haul and tow. The all-new 2007 Chevy Avalanche, the most flexible vehicle out there.
Sometimes kids just don't see it. Steroids can ruin bones, tendons, organs, and dreams.
Talk to your kids about the dangers of steroids. Visit drugfree.org.
There's ball one to Scott Thorman. Here come the Braves into the 8th inning in Philadelphia. Brett Myers has pitched a beauty tonight. He's got a 3-hitter going. The Braves have only had men on base in 2 innings against him. Plus they hit a home run back in the 4th inning. Renteria went deep. But he's only had 2 innings where he's had to work out of the stretch. Meanwhile, the Phillies, it's been just a long parade of base runners. They've had 10 hits in the game. Thorman swings wildly on 2-0, and a fastball exploding up out of the zone. And it is 2-1. I mean, he had kind of that Kurt Schilling exploding fastball going up in the zone tonight.
Well, smart pitch because he's been throwing a lot of curveballs, and he knows he wants the fastball, and he finally gives it to him, but not where he wants it.
Well, and he wanted it again.
Yeah, that's well, you know, a lot of guys are obviously better fastball hitters than they are breaking ball hitters.
All right, so if he throws one up even a little bit higher, you think he can chase it again?
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to throw that. I think he's got to throw him a curveball. He struck him out with curveballs all the other times.
There it is.
Yeah, he had to throw him a curveball because he struck him out 2 times with curveballs.
And how about this, Joe? First time. It's the 8th inning. It's the first time tonight that Brett Myers has gone to a 3-ball count on anybody. 3-2. That one is hit deep. Rowan right there.
Well, that's why he wanted the fastball. He can hit that, and he hit it hard. But the problem is, the thing that saved Myers on that is it was 2 strikes, and he had just thrown him a curveball a pitch before. So with 2 strikes, he wasn't looking just dead red to be able to drive the ball. If he'd have thrown that same pitch 2-0, I think he probably would have gotten hurt. You know, meaning Myers, that ball would have probably carried a little farther.
Now Ryan Longerhans. And that fastball had some sinking action down and away. Ball 1.
And that's the one thing that watching Myers tonight, he's had very good movement on all of his pitches. He was overpowering earlier in the game, but I mean, of course, he's lost a little velocity, but he still has the movement.
Chase Utley and Longerhans is 0 for 3. Myers has retired 11 in a row since LaRoche led off the 5th inning with a double. And here is Pete Orr up as a pinch hitter for Ramirez. A gritty performance by Ramirez is McKay McBride. Hard throwing lefty getting ready in the Atlanta bullpen.
A very good point, John. They needed Ramirez to keep the score down because they didn't have Chipper and Andrew in the game. And he's done a great job of keeping his team, you know, in the ball game. 1 run, giving up only 1 run.
It was not easy, although they made some spectacular defensive plays, especially Wilson Beatamy tonight over at third base.
But again, you have to give him credit for keeping the ball where they can reach it, so to speak. I mean, he didn't give up long fly balls off the wall or whatever. He kept the ball on the ground. We're using his sinker, and they've made some great plays behind it.
Curveball in the dirt.
But you can see a little bit here. We can see Myers starting to struggle just a little bit, John, in that he's trying to throw the curveball a little harder now. He was throwing that great overhand curveball earlier, but it was free and relaxed. Now he's kind of forcing the ball a little bit. I think he's, you know, he's probably getting tired.
A little fastball there. That was his 97th pitch of the game. Friends, Boys and Girls Clubs of America is the official charity of Major League Baseball. Together, they create a positive place for kids. 3-2 the count. And apparently now it is 3-2. There we go. It was 2-2 on that pitch. Fastball. Utley. Myers has retired 12 in a row. He's got a 3-hitter going, but he's in a 1-1 tie. Abreu coming up.
The more we get together, the more we get together, the happier we'll be. 'Cause your friends are my friends and my friends are your friends. The more we get together, the happier we'll be.
Absolutely, ma'am. I love the sound of your baby.
Get together and see Talladega Nights, the Ballad of Ricky Bobby, in theaters August 4th.
The more we get together, the happier we'll be.
If you could pick any superhuman power, It should be Dave Mirra's Focus. With it, you could fly. You could leap tall buildings in a single bound. You could win more X Games medals than anyone in history. And you could be in last place with only one chance at redemption and walk away with a gold medal around your neck in a stadium full of hanging jaws. You could, if you had Dave Mirra's Focus. X Games 12 starts Thursday, August 3rd, live at 9 on ESPN. Presented by Schick Quattro Titanium.
Here at the Schick Shave Lab, we have been testing the new Schick Quattro Titanium in simulated social environments to see if it really is off the easy.
3, 2, 1.
Off the easy, indeed.
New Schick Quattro Titanium stays sharp to give you a close, smooth shave with less irritation than the leading brand. It's the only razor with 4 advanced blades made with titanium.
New Schick Quattro Titanium, the power of 4 meets titanium.
Never buy a used car without a Carfax Vehicle History Report. Ask your dealer or go to Carfax.com.
Tuesday on The Contender, the blue team takes control, putting the resourceful yellow team's backs against the wall.
You're scared to fight Vinroy. What?
An all-new Contender, Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
The big hitters are coming up now. Bobby Abreu, Pat Burrell, and Ryan Howard. The left-hander, McKay McBride, comes in from the Atlanta bullpen in relief of Horacio Ramirez, who pitched 7 gritty innings, always in trouble, always in the stretch, but always sort of intractable. Abreu, and that's a called strike. In fact, he was so good tonight. He had Bobby Abreu, the Phillies' best hitter with runners in scoring position this year, and probably just about every year. He got him twice with runners in scoring position tonight on strikeouts both times.
Well, the key here is McBride. I remember last time I saw him pitch, he struggled a little bit with his control. You cannot do that with Bobby Abreu because he will not swing at a lot of bad pitches, and he's leading off here in the 8th inning, so you have to make him swing the bat. You've got to throw strikes.
Matt Diaz comes in to play left field. That's into right center field. Francoeur hustling over. Gets to it. Abreu's going to test him. He's got a strong arm. He is out at second base.
Well, it looked like Abreu slowed down going around first base. An excellent play by Francoeur. We mentioned earlier he has a strong arm, but it appeared to me that Abreu thought he had an easy double, and it wasn't that. Watch Abreu. Watch when he rounds first base. Well, we're not going to see that yet. But Francoeur makes a nice catch and a perfect throw right on the money, and Renteria is there for the tag. And watch right here. See how he slowed down right there? Now he picks up speed again, and too late. Although it looked like he may have gotten his hand in there, but the throw did beat you.
Nice fadeaway slide.
Yeah. And watch, he slides away from the ball and reaches back with his hand. And watch how he slides to the inside and reaches back with his hand.
But he fooled him.
Yeah, he definitely fooled him.
And Renteria did what you're supposed to do, right? He went right to the corner of the bag.
Well, what he should have done is once you see him going away, you just fall over on the bag, so to speak, and they can't reach it.
Because he reached it to the corner and then was kind of surprised he wasn't there.
Yeah, yeah. But a good play by Francoeur in right field to cut the ball off. So watch these slides and keep going after him. If you're see that when he tags his leg, his hand is on the bag. So excellent try by Abreu, but
I mean, Abreu even moved his hand out of the way of the tag.
Well, that's what you do. You put your hand out there so they go after it, then you pull it back. That's
legal.
Excellent. Oh yeah, that was excellent.
It's legal, but usually if the ball's there ahead of you,
yeah, you're out.
The guy's going to be out.
Yeah, but you know, that's what when you do at the plate, you slide away like you're going to reach with your hand. So when he reaches for your hand, you pull your arm back in and then try to tag it as you go by.
2-2 to powerful Pat Burrell, and the hook for the strikeout. 2 down. And here comes Ryan Howard. Flash Gordon, the closer, getting ready in the Phillies bullpen.
Well, he was up hoping that they could score a run and he could come in and close it. And Abreu looked like he was going to lead off with a double. And an excellent play by Francoeur, but the Braves have played excellent defense tonight, and that's the reason we're still in the 1-1 ball game.
Francoeur, by the way, that's the 6th runner that he's thrown out on the base paths this year. And considering that his reputation precedes him, it's pretty good. That's deep down the left field line and foul. Now, this is where you got to be ever so careful. If he makes one little mistake to this guy, the Phillies could take a lead for Flash Gordon into the 9th inning. Walking him would not be the worst thing that could happen. Down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. On deck is Aaron Rowand. Phillies have had 12 men on base tonight, Joe. The Braves have had 3. Curveball, a check swing. Appeal made to the third base umpire. Jeff Kellogg denied. 2-1.
And you know what surprised me, John, is that Howard strikes out as much as he does because he shows good discipline at the plate. I mean, he doesn't swing at a lot of bad pitches.
2-1. Curveball.
Well, as soon as I say that, he does. But I mean, he is on pace to strike out, 170 times or something.
Well, how I said earlier that his favorite players when he was a kid were Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Bonds. But he also then added Tony Gwynn. I said, Tony Gwynn, why? He said, because he put the ball in play, almost never struck out.
Well, good high fastball. He chased the last 2 pitches out of the strike zone.
Well, McKay McBride got him through some of the Phillies' biggest hitters. Top of the order for Atlanta in the 9th.
Did you know there's no such thing as Canadian bacon in Canada? Scotland Yard is located in England. And French toast was invented in New York. So you shouldn't be too surprised that all 3 of these big Toyota models are assembled right here in the United States. In Indiana, actually. Just in case you want to look smart at a party. Lease a new Tundra double cab for just $269 a month. Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward.
Welcome to the future of swimming. Introducing the River Pool by Century Pool. For the first time ever, you can swim uninterrupted laps anytime, all from the convenience of your own home. The River Pool is only 11 feet by 18 feet and constructed with Century Pool's revolutionary fabrication techniques. Call Century Pool now at 797-9721 or visit our showroom behind Toys R Us in Moline. To stay in shape, for therapy, or family fun, the River Pool by Century, a bold step in a new direction.
The Audi Q7, the SUV from the creator of Quattro.
In an active life, athlete's foot can break your rhythm. Lamisil AT treats it 4 times faster than other leading products, so you get results on the bottom that work their way to the top. Lamisil AT. Go on with the rhythm of life.
What happens when a beer starts out this cold? It ends up this refreshing. The frost brewed taste of Coors Light. Taste the cold.
The World Series of Darts and the World Series of Poker, Tuesday starting at 7 on ESPN.
Top of the 9th inning, 1-1 the score. The top of the order for the Braves against Brett Myers. And he throws the big hook for strike 1 swinging. Giles has struck out twice and grounded out. That was the 100th pitch thrown by Brett Myers. He's got a 3-hitter going. He's been superb. He's not allowed a base runner since Adam LaRoche led off the 5th inning with a double. He has retired 12 in a row since then.
And it's interesting, Johnny, he struck out 6 guys in the first 3 innings, and he's only had 1 strikeout since that time, but he has been as just 12 in a row. So you're right. He's actually pitching better. He was overpowering the hitters early in the ball game.
You know, the 1 strikeout came at a big moment. It was after LaRoche led off to 5th with a double. You see Flash Gordon getting ready in the bullpen. But Thorman came up next, and he needed a strikeout. Thorman needed to move that runner over to second base, or to third base from second. And he struck him out instead. So he needed the strikeout then, and he got it. And they might have gotten him home if Thorman had been able to hit a ground ball to the right side, move him up. 2-2. It's foul off the right field. And both starting pitchers have been excellent tonight, but in contrasting ways. Myers has been dominating all through. Ramirez was in trouble most of the way. Ramirez threw 110 pitches, allowed a run and 10 hits, plus a walk while he was in there. And that's too low for a ball. We take a look at our passion for excellence presented by Bridgestone Tires. The 2 excellent performances tonight by Ramirez and Myers. But Myers, classically excellent. I mean, he's been overpowering at times. And the slider off the outside. That is the very first walk allowed by Myers.
Well, you mentioned last inning, Johnny, he had not gone to a 3-2 count with anyone, and he went to 2 hitters in a row. He went to a 3-2 count. And I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that he's starting to feel it a little bit out there, you know, like he's not as fresh and starting to feel a little tired out there. You see he's taking deep breaths and whatever. So
all right, now you got a guy here, Joe, who handles the bat well. He hit a home run for the Braves' only run tonight.
Well, you don't bunt if that's what you're asking.
Oh, no,
you may.
You thought I was going to bring that up?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But you may want to. I mean, he can hit and run. He can do a lot of things with these 2 guys. Renteria, as you said, handles the bat well. Giles runs well. So you can, you know, you have some options here.
Giles, not a base stealer, not like Jimmy Rollins. Giles has 8 steals for the year. Renteria, and it was a long one back in the 4th inning. Way out of here, headed toward downtown. They have not scored since. In fact, Giles is only the 2nd base runner they've had since that 4th inning home run. And only the 4th base runner they've had the whole night against Brett Myers.
And you can see Myers is taking a lot more time out there, John. Even, you know, just throwing to first base just to give himself a little more time.
12 men have been on for the Phillies. They've left 7 men on. They've had 3 wiped out on double play balls. Another thrown out, tried to stretch a single into a double.
Well, Bobby Cox doesn't think like I do anyway.
I knew he was going to bunt.
Well, I didn't, and I'm still surprised.
Well, I mean, he was trying to bunt.
Yeah, but I'm still surprised because he's one of your better hitters.
Of all the non-pitchers, he has more sacrifice bunts than anybody.
Yeah.
He's had 5 of them.
Well, there are times when you can do it. I mean, I don't.
Shows bunt takes low.
Now, you can't bunt here. It's 2-1. You got to put a hit and run on or something. Or 1-1. I'm sorry. You got to put a hit and run on. Because he showed him that he wants to, that he would bunt. I think you've got to go ahead and do something. I just can't see giving an out away here in this situation with one of your better hitters.
By the way, between innings, Andrew Jones down in the dugout went to the bat rack and picked up a bat. So you got Wilson Bidemi on deck. There's Andrew. He had to put a helmet on.
But I don't think he's going to pinch hit for Bidemi or McCann or Francoeur.
He bunted at it, but bunted it foul. All right, so I don't think he's going to bunt.
Well, I was surprised that he did it all. So, but now he has 2 strikes on him. So now you're in a bad situation. If you're Renteria, you got to protect the plate on anything that's close.
On the other hand, I mean, if you're Bobby Cox, and I see exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
But if you're Bobby Cox, it's like, this guy, we've done nothing against him all night long.
Yeah, but this is a different pitcher right now. He's not as fresh. He's not throwing as well.
So a little more vulnerable now.
Yeah.
But very softly fouled off to the left of the plate. And it dies on its way to the dugout. 1-2 to Renteria. And as Giles goes back to first base, he directs his attention to the third base coach to see if they might decide to put any kind of a play on here.
Well, you know, it's unfortunate if they wanted him to bunt, he couldn't get it down because, as I said, he's hitting with 2 strikes now, which is different.
That's a base hit. Down the left field line, should be extra bases. Burrell chasing after it. And they're going to wave Giles home. Here comes the relay to Rollins, and he'll hold it. Atlanta has gone ahead 2-1. So the great sign by Bobby Cox turns out to be the bunt sign that he took off.
Well, he had to take it off with 2 strikes, John, but I just, you know, again, it's everyone plays the game the way they want to play it. But I can't believe I would not give up my best hitter in this situation. Renteria swung the bat well all night. I wouldn't give him up, especially when I said, you know, we could see Myers, as I said an inning ago, is starting to tire. I mean, I wouldn't give him an out.
Renteria is the only Brave to have driven in a run tonight. And with this one, he knocks Brett Myers out of the box. Flash Gordon is coming in. Runner at second, nobody out.
Pressure. Enemy of engines. Enemy of pressure. Pennzoil Platinum. It's the full synthetic with adaptive molecules that continually join forces to help conquer the enormous pressure inside your engine. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Before it became my pride, it was my passion.
Baby Ruth is a great tasting candy bar. And when you have peanuts, nougat, and caramel, you don't need bells and whistles. All right, here's one whistle. But no bells. Baby Ruth from Nestle, official candy bar of Major League Baseball.
There's undercover, and then there is which way is up.
This Friday.
You're afraid of violence.
Violence is real expensive. It's not how you get in.
It was discovered my guys were undercover.
But how you get out. Miami Vice, rated R.
People everywhere are experiencing a breakthrough.
I'm full!
Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu featuring the spicy chicken burrito with shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices to keep your stomach and your wallet full. Think outside the bun.
Wherever you're going, there's a car company that wants you to get more out of a gallon of gas. Chevy. 9 out of 10 cars we sell get an EPA estimated 30 highway miles per gallon or better. Here's one that doesn't, but it still gets 26 mpg highway. Chevy, we're taking a full tank further. That's an American revolution.
ESPN's Sunday Night Baseball is presented by the new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme at Taco Bell. It's good to go. And in part by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution.
Flash Gordon, the closer for the Phillies, now brought in to try and hold the deficit with nobody out and a run in. Edgar Renteria there at second base, number 11, and Wilson Betemit at the plate, trying to move him up or move him in.
Well, he's a good hitter.
Burrell deep into left field, right at the wall, and Renteria back to second.
I mean, he had not seen that curveball from Gordon. He threw a good one, and he hit it well down the left field line.
Now Brian McCann will come up. Remember, Chipper Jones, Andrew Jones, both out. Betemit playing at third base tonight in place of the injured Chipper Jones and hitting in the number 3 spot. And now McCann, the regular catcher, but he's in Andrew Jones' regular number 4 spot in the order.
You know, normally you would like Betemit to pull the ball, but he got behind 1 strike to to Flash Gordon, and after that he's trying to get a base hit to drive in the runner, and he hit the ball pretty well.
And that's Gordon's job now, to keep him from getting that extra bit of insurance home. Wickman, just acquired this week by Atlanta as the closer, has started to throw. Wickman acquired from the Cleveland Indians earlier this week. Braves have had a terrible time closing out games all year. And so Wickman, the veteran closer, was brought in to try and rectify that. They have another problem that kind of reared its ugly head here on Friday, which was the 8th inning. And Wickman's in for the 9th inning, but the 8th inning they had a tie game, and the bullpen of the 8th inning gave up 3 and lost the game to Philadelphia on Friday anyway, before they had a chance to get the ball to Wickman. 3-0. Now they're going to walk McCann intentionally, go after Jeff Francoeur, the right-handed hitter, with the double play set up. By the way, Brett Myers, 8+ innings, and he only walked 1. And he paid dearly for that walk.
Yeah, he did.
Edgar Renteria turned that walk to Giles into a run only after failing to get the bunt down.
And we see that a lot, John, where guys, try to bunt, can't get it down, and then, get a base hit.
Francoeur against Gordon. Deep left field, and just like Friday night, he has homered against Gordon. So Francoeur, for the 2nd game in a row, hits a home run against Gordon. This one after they had walked McCann intentionally to get to him. And Francoeur has hit his 19th homer of the year. That gives him 69 runs batted in.
Well, he hit a fastball the other night for a base hit, so Gordon throws him a curveball first pitch tonight, and he gets it pretty much in the middle of the plate. Not a good pitch from Gordon. And Francoeur makes him play. Watch where this ball ends up. Right there. Well, it's down a little bit, but it's in the middle of the plate. And Francoeur just lines it. That was a line drive into the seats in left field.
And it makes me flash back to all of those first pitch curveballs that the Phillies were taking from Ramirez tonight.
Exactly.
With RBI situations.
Yeah.
So now it is 5-1.
And not a save situation for Wickman.
Although Bobby Cox, I think, is not looking at it that way.
He said it is a save situation.
If for a head and it's the 9th inning,
it's a save situation. Right, exactly.
Adam LaRoche is grounded out, doubled, and then he may have lost a hit thanks to Brett Myers and a sensational play by Jimmy Rollins, his last at bat. 1-2 the count. A lot of folks head for the exits now, but the Phillies haven't taken a 1-1 tie into the 9th inning, and all of a sudden they're trailing 5-1. And Brett Myers charged with the first 2 of those 4 9th inning runs here.
And it's unfortunate for Myers because, I mentioned in the 8th inning that I thought he was running out of gas, and you could see him forcing the ball on a couple of pitches in the 8th inning. And it's unfortunate for him that he was still in a tie ball game and had to go back out there in the 9th inning.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, Brett Myers pitched beautifully, but again, the Phillies usually don't score many runs for him.
Right.
Their average has been less than 4 runs per game in his starts. Well, they've averaged more than 5 runs a game for everybody else.
Yeah, that's 1 run a game less than everyone else.
So 2 men are gone, and here is Adam LaRoche, or rather Matt Diaz. LaRoche has just struck out. Matt Diaz, the hitter. 5-1. The Braves leading the Phillies here in the 9th. And that fastball is too low. So Myers, but Myers took a 1-1 game into the 9th inning against a team that's averaged over 10 runs a game since the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Well, they were without their 2 best hitters.
No, he pitched well. I mean, I don't think you can say anything about it. He overpowered him the first 3 innings. Then he pitched really well the next 3 innings. I mean, he did everything he was supposed to do. His team didn't score any runs for him, but you got to give Ramirez credit. It was one of those pitchers' nights. Ramirez was able to keep the Phillies off the board. The Phillies have been scoring runs, So both teams are run-producing machines, and both of the pitchers pitch well.
Phillies have been playing real well for the last week. 2-1 the countdown to Matt Diaz. He pronounces it Diaz. His family came over from Spain, and the name was Diaz. His grandfather thought, well, we want to become Americans. Let's not have the old Spanish pronunciation. Let's go to Diaz. Well, Diaz grounds out to end the inning. And the last chance for the Phillies now. Edgar Renteria with the double down the left field line to drive home the go-ahead run, and then Francoeur, a 3-run back-breaking big fly.
Hey, batter, batter, batter. Hey, batter, batter, batter.
First base, $58. Second base, 630 pesos. Third base, 300,000 yen. Home, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Fan of the game, wherever there's a game.
Guys, I'll be just a couple minutes, okay?
I'm gonna go down to the lobby and get a toothbrush.
We've been here for 3 days, and you're just now realizing that you don't have a toothbrush?
I had gum. What?
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it is. It's really fresh gum. It smells fine.
No. Let me smell.
Fine.
Okay. I'll meet you guys in the restaurant.
Let me guess, more Albert Pujols stuff?
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
You know those dreams where someone's after you? You do everything you can to get away. But they keep coming and coming. Man, I love those dreams. NCAA football 2007.
Rated E for everyone.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Now the Lowe's home team advantage. And the Braves this season are looking for their first win in Philadelphia. The Phillies have had that home team advantage against them, even though their overall home record is a losing record. But they have been unbeaten against the Braves. The Braves are 3 outs away from turning that around tonight. And their new closer, Bob Wickman, has come in, and this is his Atlanta Braves debut. See some Braves fans here. The Braves are one of those teams. Everywhere they go, there are Braves fans in attendance.
Yeah. Well, I think part of that's like the Cubs, TBS, and the Superstation. You know, people get a chance to watch. Wickman said he became a Braves fan because he used to watch them on TBS all the time.
On the other hand, then there's what happens when the Red Sox and Yankees travel. I mean, remember we saw the Red Sox in Atlanta. It seemed like there were many Red Sox fans as Braves fans there. So here's Wickman. This is his debut. And he throws a called strike right on the outside, right at the knees to Aaron Rowan.
And he's a sinker ball pitcher. He tries to keep the ball down. Sinker slider.
37 years old from Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's down the right field line. Foul. You got the former White Sox center fielder Aaron Rowan here against the former Cleveland Indian closer. So they battled each other many a time, especially last year when Cleveland made a late run on the White Sox for first place in the American League Central.
And one thing about Wickman, he's not overpowering, but, you know, he's experienced as a closer, and he knows what he's doing out there.
And the slider off the outside. Wickman's been around a long time. He broke into the big leagues all the way back in 1992 with the Yankees. Been with Milwaukee, Cleveland since that time. There is David Bell on deck. So Wickman, they're hoping, will solve what's been a big problem for them all year. Strike 3 called on the outside. One away in the ninth inning. Here's Scott Reese with a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
Okay, John, Tiger Woods has his 3rd Claret Jug and 11th major championship. He closed with a 5-under-67 to become the first player since Tom Watson to win consecutive British Open titles. And Pro Bowl cornerback Ty Law agrees to a 5-year deal with the Kansas City Chiefs. This, of course, reunites him with Herm Edwards, with whom he played in New York last year. Details on SportsCenter after the game, and, of course, constantly on your ESPN mobile.
Thanks, Scott. And here is David Bell, 2 for 3 tonight. Slider misses, 1 ball and no strikes. Now, Wickman could have disallowed that trade. You know, he had the right to say no, or that he wants more money, or, you know, as guys do. But he immediately approved it. He said, you know, I've always kept up with the Braves. I almost went to the Braves each of the last 2 years. So he was eager to come to the Braves, a team he said, you mentioned it because of the Superstation. Yeah. He followed them closely. Right. And it's amazing just how much the players, that the winning culture is so deeply embedded in that Atlanta dugout, that clubhouse. I mean, they really all believe that we're right in this thing. As bad as things have gone, even though the record is still under 500.
Well, that's the key. You got to get to 500 first. And then you realize from that point on, you really, really have a shot. And most of the guys, when I talked to Chipper today, you know, even when I interviewed him, there was a confidence there that, you know, you could feel just talking to him.
John Smoltz. There is Bedami from third. Out number 2. That's the specialty of Wickman, the sinker ball, getting that ground ball. Now DeLucci will pinch it. In the wild card, Cincinnati lost today. The Giants lost. Arizona lost. The Dodgers lost. So the Braves have gained ground on a lot of teams. Houston won. Milwaukee and Colorado won. And so with a win here, Atlanta would be basically in a 2-4-5-way tie for 4th place. Now that's pretty tightly bunched.
Well, but I think if you look at Houston, Los Angeles, you know, and Milwaukee at this point, Colorado, they're not actually rising, so to speak, and the Braves are. So I'm sure that's the way the Braves are looking at it anyway.
Dodgers were just destroyed by the Cardinals since the All-Star break. You swept them in L.A. this week, where the Dodgers have always played well all season. They had a great home record, but got swept by the Cardinals, who swept them in St. Louis right after the break. The Dodgers have only won 1 game since the All-Star break. I believe 1-9 since the break. Ball on a strike down to David DeLucci with 2 down in the 9th. The Braves will play another game here tomorrow, and then they go home to take on Florida and the Mets before they go to Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. Florida is another team, Joe. They're young, they're rebuilding, they made no bones about it. They got their brains beat out the first 6 weeks of the season, and yet since then they have played extremely well. That's a tough series for anybody now.
It is.
The Cardinals, by the way, they played their entire season series already against L.A. and swept them. First time in 105 years that the Cardinals swept the season series from L.A. 2-2 the count. The Dodgers, another team, have been rumored. Ned Colletti, the general manager, a lot of rumors that he's tried hard to make several deals. They'd like to add a pitcher out there. But all of it, you know, the Dodgers hit extremely well the first half of the year. Right. And they have not hit at all since the All-Star break, mostly shut down by the Cardinals. That's a foul ball off DeLucci's foot. 2-2. David DeLucci's another guy. He'd probably like to be traded. He hit 29 home runs last year. This year, he's had only 116 at-bats. He's hitting .319. 6 home runs. He's done real well for his at-bat, but he's mainly just a pinch hitter. If Burrow gets traded, well, DeLucci could move right in and play the outfield in regular base, or Abreu, or whatever. Or maybe be traded himself. Wickman misses with the slider. 3-2. Next week, we will see the Red Sox at Fenway, but you're going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you'll see the Red Sox. I may catch the last inning or two after the Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
You're going to miss Curt Schilling versus John Lackey.
Oh, man.
Great matchup.
It will be a great matchup. Well, it might be finished before I finish up there then with those two guys going.
That's the ball game. DeLucci thrown out by Giles. And the Atlanta Braves perhaps get another winning streak started here. They beat the Phillies in Philly for the first time, and Wickman doesn't get credit for a save except in Bobby Cox's book. 5-1. The Braves owe the Phillies. McBride in relief, the winner over Brett Myers, the tough luck loser. And we'll see you next Sunday at Fenway Park for the Red Sox and the Angels. Joe, have a great time in Cooperstown with your fellow Hall of Fame immortal.
I'm looking forward to it.
Sports Center up next. Now for Joe Morgan and Duke Castiglione, this is John Miller. Good night to you from Philadelphia. Thanks for tuning in. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
There Massive win for Floyd Landis.
This is SportsCenter.
Blood, sweat, and definitely tears. See how Tiger could no longer control his emotions at the final hole.
And the Blue Jays are pouring it on. See you later.
Pivotal Sunday on the diamond. Ninth inning drama and some bats gone wild. See who took another step towards October. And time to deal Alex Rodriguez. Why two of our experts say the Yankees need to say so long to A-Rod. Hi, folks. Welcome to SportsCenter. Alongside Stuart Scott, I'm Steve Levy. Americans in Europe had themselves quite the Sunday, and that takes us to Tiger.
Tell you what, the stat book says Tiger Woods was trying to become the first guy to win back-to-back British Open since 1983. But here's the thing. Passion runs deeper and more pure than numbers. Sunday was about two Americans who recently and emotionally lost parents, who went across the Atlantic Ocean with heavy hearts and a fire in their souls. Final round of the 135th Open Championship. Sergio Garcia partnered up with Tiger. One shot back to start his final round. Sergio finished back of Tiger at the 1999 PGA Championship at Medina. Missed a par putt at the second. Lipped out the short par putt on the third. Sergio. He did shoot 65 once in this Open, like the top four guys heading into Sunday. All course records, but not a great day here. Tiger's second shot in the par 5 fifth from over 200 yards. Holla at a player when you see him on the street or on the links. He had 3 eagles for the Open, including this one. Tiger Woods' eagle putt. I'm feeling you, Tiger. I'm feeling you. He moves to 15 under. For the British Open, Tiger was 14 under on the par 5s. Ernie Els chipping for his third shot in the par 4 11th. Too hard, the ball rolls way past the hole. Ernie would bogey the hole, drop to 11 under. The two-time U.S. Open winner. He won the British Open in 2002. With Els and Garcia out of contention, the back nine become a two-man battle between Woods and Chris DeMarco. Tiger's second shot on 12. Not happy with some fans who had camera phones.
Put the camera phones away.
Please, folks, have some consideration for the players, please.
And right after that, Tiger now stepping up to his second shot. He was not raggedy much all week, but he was right here. Yanked it left, flew the green and into the rough stuff. Tiger would bogey. Don't see it often from a guy with 49 career wins at only 30 years old. Less than 15 seconds after that, Chris DeMarco gets some 25-foot birdie putt. DeMarco 14 under through 13. Tiger 15 under through 12. Now DeMarco 50-foot putt for the par save. You know, Tiger lost his father, Earl. DeMarco's mom, Norma, died suddenly of a heart attack on the 4th of July. Said, Chris, I had a lot of divine intervention. Had my mom with me all week. He remained at 14 under, but Tiger, silky. Tiger said because of his father, he had a sense of calm. He birdied 14. He's 16 under through 14. Then his tee shot on the par 5, on the par 3, 15th, as cool as the other side of the pillow. Kicks off the side hill to within 8 feet. Now Tiger for birdie on 15. Jack Nicklaus won 3 British Opens. Tiger Woods going for his third as well. That moves him to 17 under. DeMarco's birdie try on 16. Young cousin is scrappy. Remember, he finished second to Tiger at the 2005 Masters. Staying within sniffing distance. DeMarco on 17. Chance to pull within 1 of Tiger. Birdie putt curves right at the last second. Just misses. He would remain at 15 under. His third second-place finish in the last 8 majors for DeMarco. Tiger on 16, putting for eagle. Lack putt a little short, but he would tap in for birdie. Tiger, if he wins, will be on top of the PGA money list and go over $60 million for his career. His walk up the 18th fairway. It was Tom Watson who won back-to-back in 82 and 83. It's Tiger Eldrick Woods who will win back-to-back in 2005 and 2006. His putt for birdie just short. He'd walk up and tap in, and the emotions laid open. Final round 67, 18 under to win the British Open by 2 with his caddy, Steve Williams. You know, Stevie said later, I saw this coming last night. No doubt he wanted this for Earl. And after an emotional hug with his caddy, he finds his wife, Elin, another one. His 11th major at the age of 30. He ties Walter Hagen, second place all-time in majors. Tiger Woods the Open champion. $1.3 million, it does put him over the $60 million mark in career earnings. You know, his father Earl passed away in May. In June at the U.S. Open, Tiger missed his first cut in a major ever. Sunday was not only his first major win since his dad's passing, it was his first win of any kind, and clearly an emotional one.
After my last putt, I realized that, my dad's never going to see this again. And I wish he could have seen this one last time. I tried at Augusta and it didn't happen. But he was out there today keeping me calm. I had a very calm feeling the entire week, and especially today. Today was my, I would have to say, my best ball striking day of the entire week, as well as my feel in the greens. So certainly I was thinking about hopefully one day having a chance to say that I love my dad and I miss him very much.
It is worth repeating, when Tiger Woods goes to bed Saturday leading a major, he just wins it. He's 11 for 11, holding on to a 54-hole lead. He's now the 9th player to go back-to-back at the British Open since 1900, but the first since Tom Watson defended 23 years ago. He hit one driver all tournament, the 16th hole in the first round. His strategy worked, hitting irons off the tee and occasional 3-wood. He led the field in driving accuracy and was tied for second in greens and regulation. He capitalized when he had the chance. 10 birdies, 2 eagles, 14 under in the par 5s, and Chris DeMarco yet and another runner-up.
It felt good being back up there in the majors and having a chance to win and making putts and just the excitement and the adrenaline rush you get from the people when you do good things is just overwhelming. And that's the hardest part, is really concentrating and keeping yourself, focused on what's at hand. And I played very solid all 4 days.
Solid for DeMarco, extremely solid, and almost picture-perfect for Tiger Woods. Comparing Tiger and Jack at the time of their 11th major victory, Tiger 2 years younger, 3 fewer major starts, and more career wins. It took Jack 6 majors to win number 12 after number 11. We will have much more on Tiger's emotional win later in SportsCenter.
Would American dominance in cycling end with Lance Armstrong? I think not. On the same day Tiger wins in England, see how a fellow countryman finished one of the wildest rides imaginable at the Tour de France. That's next. Also in your immediate future, inside SportsCenter, lots of baseball. Dwight Gooden thrilled fans his first season, so too did Fernando. 2 of today's lights-out rookie hurlers both on the bump on Sunday. There was 9th-inning drama in Seattle. Jason Varitek delivered a huge home run, but see why the Mariners were doing all the celebrating when it was over. And autism didn't stop him from making his dream come true. How Jason McElwain is now inspiring so many others.
The sky's the limit. Give it all the effort that you can to catch a dream and never give up.
This British Open report brought to you by Travelers. Insurance in sync.
Hey man, nice phone.
Unlimited minutes and free text messaging, $30.
Dinner, $10 game card, $15.99.
You always got to top me.
It's the Dave & Buster's Power Combo. Choose from 10 entrees like our blackened chicken pasta, Parmesan chicken Caesar, or barbecue ribs, and get a $10 game card, all for $15.99. The excitement of Dave & Buster's and a delicious entree for $15.99.
Well, this is just like 7th grade.
You gotta move on.
The Power Combo, food and fun for only $15.99.
I was thinking,
yeah?
Sometimes you find something so special and you just want to hold on to it. Beautiful on the outside, sure, but even more beautiful on the inside. And you just want to lock it up forever.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
Yeah. These can liners really lock in that Rocky Mountain taste. Hey, while you're up, grab me a beer.
Every Coors Light can has a specially designed liner to lock in that frost-brewed Rocky Mountain taste.
Sweet.
Coors Light. Taste the cold.
Ho-hum, yet another Tour de France won by an American. Floyd Landis, a 59-second lead seeming insurmountable for others heading into the final stage. As you see, already breaking out the champagne, feeling rather confident just 10 miles in.
I think it was Sham Pipple.
A lot of pats on the back, even from the competitors. Everybody seemed to know this baby was over. They begin the 8 laps around the heart of Paris. Final stretch. Floyd Landis wins the Tour de France, keeping cycling's most prestigious title in American hands for the 8th straight year. Floyd Landis' road to victory, an interesting one. He won only one stage the entire tour, but it was a critical one. That stage 17, when he made up 7.5 minutes and literally climbed his way back into the race. The guy suffers from a degenerative bone condition in his right hip. He will undergo hip replacement surgery this fall. However, a Tour de France title ought to ease his pain.
I was fortunate enough to be here with Lance and watch how he did it, so that helped. But yeah, this is quite an experience. As far as greatest comeback, who can say? I'll let other people judge that, but I'm proud of the way my team raced and proud of the way I raced, and I think it was probably more exciting to watch on TV than it was for us. It was a bit stressful at times.
There have been 93 such tours. Floyd Landis makes just 3 Americans who have won it. They've all come within the last 21 years. Greg LeMond, 3 titles. Lance Armstrong won 7 straight, his stretch ending last year. The 11 overall titles between the 3 Americans makes the U.S. the 3rd winningest nation in Tour de France history, behind France and Belgium.
Drama on the diamond. Padres and Giants. Last Padres sweep in the Bay, 1993. Bottom 8, Giants down 1 with the bases loaded. Pedro Feliz facing Scott Linebrink. Hits it past Jeff Blum in the left. Jose Vizcaino, Ray Durham scores. Steve Finley caught in a rundown. Steve Finley, see what happened? Wait. Hey, Mo! Hey, Larry! Tagged out at home. Giants take a 5-4 lead. But watch what happened. Durham levels Rob Bowen, knocking the glove off of his hand. His head is bloodied but unbowed. Or at least he don't need a glove. Bowen caught it with his hand and tagged out Finley with no glove. Top 9. Armando Benitez in to close the game, facing pinch hitter Termel Sledge. Get at me, son. Termel's first home run of the year, 17th of his career, that ties it at 5. We're going to some extra play. Top 12, still tied at 5. No outs, nobody on for the Padres. Mike Cameron. Y'all got to get up and give me some of that, too. Facing Brian Wilson to the gap in right center. Cameron on his giddy-up. Leadoff triple, his 5th triple of the year. Next batter, Eric Young. Watch me build the drama, Steve. Eric Young with the man on third base. Young hits the ball to center field. It's a sac fly.
Yeah.
Hey, a run's a run. Padres win at 6-5.
Well, you built that baby up. For the Rockies, just a 2-8 road trip, but what a finish in Phoenix against Juan Cruz and the Diamondbacks. Luis Gonzalez, 2-run RBI single in the first. Rockies enjoying a 3-0 lead. Bottom of the 4th now. Carlos Quentin is in to pinch hit for Juan Cruz. And Quentin off Young Kim. Up but not out. It's a 2-run double, and it's a 5-3 ball game. Don't go anywhere. We're still in the bottom of the 4th. Sean Green going to step into one. He too will double for a 2-run hit. Diamondbacks enjoying a 7-5 lead at this point. Top 9. Arizona trying to protect a 1-run lead. Garrett Atkins says, I don't think so. A 2-run double of his own. The guy's got 7 RBIs.
Oh, God damn it. I miss him so much. I just want Jimmy. I want Jimmy. I want Jimmy back. I want Jimmy back. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, shit.
the hell happened? Oh. Holy shit. Yeah. Look familiar? I hate to say it, but young man, you were grounded for a week. Oh, nice cough, all right? 2 weeks.
Listen, don't beat yourself up, all right? It happens to a lot of people in the program. You know, you're doing good. You're on the straight and narrow. You're making vast improvements. You know, vast for you, meaning you're only thinking about drinking 23 out of 24 hours a day. You know, and then what happens? A bottle comes along like an old friend. You thought it was dead. It turns out it's alive. You know, it turns out to be a goddamn pretty pleasurable reunion.
I know, but I'm telling you, I don't remember a single thing about that night. Not a thing.
That's tough. I mean, the only good thing about falling off the wagon is the beautiful memories that you have that tide you over until the next time. Time you made a mistake. You know, it's gonna be okay. Let's grab a seat.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Did you ever hear about survivor's guilt?
Yeah, sure.
Because somebody mentioned it to me, and it was the first time I felt like, you know, maybe this is what's going on. Maybe that's what's making me, you know, drink.
No,
you know?
booze is your problem. Survivor's guilt. That shit's easy to get over.
How?
Die.
Stay tuned for scenes from the next all-new episode of Rescue Me.
Pop quiz. What compact sedan gets up to 34 miles per gallon, has more power and space than Corolla, and starts under $12,000? Is it A, the Kia Spectra, B, the Kia Spectra, C, the Kia Spectra, or D, all of the above? Correct! You picked the Kia Spectra, and with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, there really is no other choice. Starts under $12,000 after cash back. The award-winning Kia Spectra, the best value on the road.
When you take it off, you're gonna like what you see.
Scotch Blue Painter's tapes.
Yeah.